like I told you.
Just let me know.
Right about here, in Dallas, Texas, American President John F. Kennedy was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963. The accused assassin was a man named Lee Harvey Oswald. After being held in custody for less than 2 days, Oswald himself would meet a violent end. According to a subsequent investigation, Oswald had fired 3 rounds from the Texas schoolbook depository. Police recovered 3 shell casings and a bolt-action rifle from the 6th floor of the building. But the shooting of Oswald sparked immediate suspicions of conspiracy. Suspicions that persist to this day and have driven most Americans to reject the government's conclusion that Oswald acted alone. The arguments for and against conspiracy take many shapes and forms. Far too many, in fact, to do them justice in a single video. Instead, in this video, I want to zoom in and focus on a very narrow slice of this case. Specifically, the events surrounding the Texas schoolbook depository. What exactly happened inside this building from where the shots that killed the president are believed to have been fired? In September of 1963, a young man named Wesley Frazier received a call from an employment agency. There was a potential job opening at the Texas schoolbook depository. On September the 13th, Frazier made his way from Irving, Texas.
You want to come inside, right?
Down to central Dallas. He met with Roy Truly, the superintendent of the building, and was hired on the spot. Back in Irving, Frazier lived with his older sister, Leanie Randall. A few houses down the street lived a woman named Ruth Payne. On October the 14th, both Randall and Payne had a cup of coffee at the house of a neighbor. Payne brought along a friend and Russian immigrant named Marina Oswald, the wife of Lee. Marina could barely speak in English and had stayed with Payne for a few weeks, partly due to her husband's unemployment.
The subject of Lee looking for work and that he hadn't found work for a week came up while we were having coffee. And Mrs. Randall mentioned that her younger brother, Wesley Frazier, thought they needed another person at the Texas schoolbook depository where Wesley worked.
Payne and Marina returned home, spoke with Roy Truly over the phone, and secured a job interview on behalf of Lee Oswald. The following morning, he went down to the book depository and began his first day of work on October the 16th. So, an acquaintance with whom Oswald's wife was currently staying had a casual conversation with a neighbor. That neighbor happened to have a brother who recently got employed at the book depository. This prompted his wife to ask the acquaintance to call the superintendent of the building to inquire about any vacancies.
I told Mrs. Payne that to send Oswald down and I would talk to him, that I didn't have anything in mind for him of a permanent nature, but if he was suited, we could possibly use him for a brief time.
The position was not only temporary, but only existed due to a temporary shortage of staff.
It was the end of our call was, if it hadn't existed a week or 2 weeks longer, or if we had not been using some of our regular boys put down there supplying the floor, we would not have had any need for Lee Oswald at that time, which is a tragic thing for me to think about.
Yet even more, because Oswald was not the only one that might get a job.
I might have sent Oswald to work in a warehouse 2 blocks away. Oswald and another fellow reported for work on the same day, and I needed one of them for the depository building. I picked Oswald.
The journey was somehow entangled in conspiracy, and the aim of that conspiracy was to simply conclude the mystery. This roundabout sequence of events is a very strange way to go. As the name implies, The Texas School Book Depository was in the business of selling books. For $25 an hour, Oswald's job was to prepare the books for shipping. He did so by filling out forms and transporting cartons of books between the upper floors and the freight. The building had 3 floors, 2 staircases, and was 7 stories tall. In the northwest corner, 1 stairway and 2 freight elevators provided access to all 7 floors. A small passenger elevator near the front entrance stopped at level 4, while stories 1 and 2 were connected by a second flight of stairs. Lacking a driver's license, Oswald relied on Wesley Frazier, who carpooled between Irving and Dallas every Friday evening and Monday morning. He spent workdays at a rooming house in Dallas, while spending the weekends with his wife and daughters in Irving. But on Thursday morning, November the 21st, the day before the assassination, Oswald decided to deviate from this routine.
I was standing there on the first floor getting the orders in, and Lee said, "Could I ride home with you this afternoon?" And I said, "Sure, like I told you. You can go home with me anytime you want to. Like I say, anytime you want to go see your wife, that is all right with me." Lee had never gone home in the middle of the week before, so I asked him why, and he stated that he was going home to get some curtain rods for his apartment. I asked if he was going home on Friday as well, and he said no.
Frazier drove Oswald back to Irving, where he arrived unannounced at the household of Ruth Payne. Both Payne and Marina were surprised to see Oswald on a Thursday. He assumed he'd come to make amends with Marina due to an argument they had had a few days before.
Did your husband give any reason for coming home on Thursday?
He said that he was lonely because he hadn't come the preceding weekend, and he wanted to make his peace with me.
Was anything said about curtain rods or his taking curtain rods to town the following day?
No, I didn't have any.
He didn't say anything like that.
No.
The next day, Oswald said goodbye to his wife and left the Payne residence about 7:15. Atop a dresser in the bedroom, he left behind his wedding ring. Oswald was next seen walking down the street by Lenny Randall, carrying a package. He was soon joined by Frazier, and the two of them took a seat in his car to begin their commute.
When you got in the car, did you say anything to Oswald, or did he say anything to you?
I noticed there was a package lying on the back seat. I didn't pay too much attention, and I said, "What's the package, Lee?" And he said, "Curtain rods." And I said, "Oh yes, you told me you were going to bring some today."
Not only was Oswald carrying a large package, but he'd forgotten to bring a lunch bag.
When he rode with me, I say he always brought lunch, except that one day on November 22nd. He didn't bring his lunch that day. Right when I got in the car, I asked him where was his lunch, and he said he was going to buy his lunch that day.
They arrived in Dallas a few minutes before 8 o'clock. Typically, they would walk together from the parking lot to the book depository. But on this particular Friday, Oswald grabbed his curtain rods and rushed ahead into the building. Working on the ground floor, in view of the rear entrance, was their colleague, Jack Doherty.
Did you see Oswald come to work that morning?
Yes, when he first came into the door.
Did he have anything in his hands or arms?
Well, not that I could see of.
Frazier and Doherty are the only 2 people known to have seen Oswald entering the building. Frazier says he was carrying a package. Doherty says he was not. Contradictions like this one will become a recurring theme throughout the rest of this video. We'll take a closer look at the missing curtain rods in a later chapter, but for now, let's stay with Oswald. Oswald was seen working as normal. Roy Truly described him as an above-average worker who mostly kept himself. In fact, he was a bit of a mystery to his colleagues.
On the way back and forth between Irving and Dallas, did you talk very much to each other?
No, sir, not very much. He was one of these types that just didn't talk.
I was acquainted with Lee Oswald during the time he was employed at the book depository, but I never did get to know him well. He did not mix with the other employees and did not appear to want to make friends with me or any of the others.
Did you ever speak to Oswald?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever speak to you?
No, sir.
He never replied to you?
No, sir.
Would you say he was unfriendly?
Yes, sir, I would.
But there were exceptions to his reticence, and one of them occurred on this Friday morning. James John was working on the ground floor when he observed Oswald staring out the window facing Elm Street.
Oswald was standing up in the window, and I went to the window also. And he asked me, what were people gathering around the corner for? And I told him that the president was supposed to pass in the morning, and he asked me did I know which way he was coming. He'll probably come down Main and turn on Houston and then back again on Elm. Then he said, oh, I see. And that was all.
It's a brief yet fascinating moment. It almost seems as though Oswald had no idea that Kennedy would pass by the book depository. This was indeed the case for some of his colleagues. Jarman himself had only been made aware of the fact shortly before he spoke with Oswald. There's no doubt that Oswald knew the president was coming to Dallas, but whether he knew the route of the motorcade was much more difficult to prove. The route of the motorcade had only been finalized a few days before the visit and hinged upon its destination. Kennedy was supposed to attend a banquet in Dallas, but no one could agree on a venue. It came down to two options: the Trade Mart northwest of downtown or the Women's Building to the east. One of the more vocal proponents of the Trade Mart was Texas Governor John Connally, and after much back and forth, he finally got his way on November the 14th. Had the Women's Building been selected, the motorcade would have sped through Dealey Plaza, east on Main Street, significantly further away and perpendicular to the book depository. Not to mention that First Lady Jacqueline would have been seated between the building and the president. The selection of the Trade Mart meant that the motorcade would now head west on Main Street and make these turns through Dealey Plaza to reach the northbound lanes on the freeway. Now, these turns could still have been avoided had the motorcade continued like so and not taken the freeway, but since the freeway was the more scenic and expedient route, it was the more attractive choice. All of that is to say, the success of the assassination was largely dependent upon the selection of the Trade Mart. It might therefore be tempting to cast suspicion upon Governor Connally, but it should be noted that he rode in the presidential limousine along with the Kennedys and suffered grave injuries during the shooting. Not only that, but Connally was actually opposed to a motorcade and favored a more direct route from the airport to the Trade Mart. A brief trip that would have bypassed
Have you
the
come
class
yet?
altogether.
Are you satisfied?
He was unfortunately overruled by Kennedy himself, who wanted to see and be seen by the people of Dallas. Okay,
Finally
all that
managed to
was
catch
happening
Ike a
behind the
stream.
scenes, but
Hey,
as
run
far as
7
the
wave, run
public
7
was concerned,
cozy.
there wasn't even going to be a motorcade. As late as November the 15th, the Dallas Morning News reported that a motorcade seemed unlikely. But the very next day, the parade was finally confirmed. While the precise route followed by maps and detailed descriptions was not officially disclosed until November the 19th, someone familiar with Dallas could have approximated the route a few days in advance. That is to say, the earliest point a member of the public could have deduced that Kennedy would be driven past the book depository was November the 16th, less than a week before the visit. There's a good chance that Oswald saw these articles because he'd been observed reading political columns in the very same newspapers. Furthermore, we know from other aspects of Oswald's life that he was politically inclined.
Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
But are you a Marxist? I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview that you consider yourself a Marxist.
Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, there's a great deal of difference. Several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
Conversely, a lack of interest in politics is precisely why at least one of Oswald's colleagues remained oblivious to the motorcade. So while it's understandable for someone political to be taken off guard by a presidential visit, it makes far less sense for someone responsible.
On November 21st, the day before the assassination that you were describing, was there any discussion between you and your husband about President Kennedy's trip toward the proposed move to Texas, Dallas, and the Fort Worth area?
I asked Lee whether he knew where the president would speak and told him that I would very much like to hear him and to see him. I asked him how this could be done, but he said he didn't know how to do that and didn't enlarge any further on the subject.
Had there ever
This
been...
was also somewhat unusual, his lack of desire to talk about that subject any further.
How did you think it was unusual? Could you explain that?
The fact that he didn't talk a lot about it. He merely said something as an answer, and did not have any further comments.
Do you mean by that, usually he would discuss a matter of that kind and show considerable interest?
Yes, of course. He would have told me who would be there and where this would take place.
We'll never know what Oswald was thinking when he spoke with James Jarman shortly before the assassination. But it is worth repeating, though, that Oswald was hired on October the 15th. That's a full month before the motorcade route had been decided, let alone announced to the public. On the morning of November 22nd, a handful of employees had been assigned to install a new plywood floor on the 6th floor of the book depository. Every once in a while, they would catch a glimpse of Oswald.
I saw Lee Oswald shortly before lunchtime. He was by himself with a piece of paper in his hand. I had nothing to say to him, but some of the other male employees teased him and told him he ought to go get a haircut. Lee Oswald just laughed.
Shortly before noon, it was time for lunch. For a bit of fun, they decided to race the 2 elevators down the ground level. As they began descending, they observed Oswald now standing on the 5th floor. He shouted for them to stop or to close the gate to the elevator upon reaching the 1st floor. Charles Givens then realized he'd forgotten his jacket and cigarettes up on the 6th floor. About to return to ground level, Givens spotted Oswald approaching.
Lee was coming from the window up front where the shots were fired from.
Did you watch where he walked to?
Well, no, sir. I didn't pay much attention. I was getting ready to get on the elevator, and I say, "Boy, you going downstairs?"
What did he say to you?
I say, "It's near lunchtime." And he said, "No, sir. When you get downstairs, close the gate to the elevator." That meant the elevator on the west side. You can pull both gates down, and it'll come up by itself.
What else did he say?
That is all. I said, "Okay," and got on the elevator.
And with that, Givens became the last person inside the book depository known to have seen Oswald before the assassination. At least, that's the official story. The encounter was fixed at 11:55, more than half an hour before the shooting. But other employees claimed to have seen Oswald in other parts of the building around the same time or even later than Givens. Givens himself provided conflicting accounts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This encounter notwithstanding, Givens was not the last person to visit the 6th floor. Shortly after Givens had left, Bonnie Williams grabbed his lunch and went upstairs. He sat down right about here to await the president's arrival.
Now, when you were sitting by the window, could you see down towards the southeast corner?
No, sir. I couldn't see anything as I remember there. About the only thing that I could see from there would be the top edge of the window because the boxes were stacked up.
Did you see anyone else up there that day?
No, I did not.
The southeast corner is the location from where the shots that killed the president are believed to have been fired, the so-called sniper's nest. Williams says he was alone, but admits his view was obstructed by tall stacks of boxes. Meanwhile, down by the main entrance, someone was attempting to gain access to the building.
I met an elderly white man at the entrance of the building who asked me to direct him to a restroom. The man was very old and feeble and could hardly make it up the steps. About 5 minutes later, I saw this man leave the building and enter an old Buick automobile with 3 elderly white women. The Buick then drove away.
Did you see him talk to anyone in the building?
No, he went straight out.
This individual was never identified and is the only unknown person known to have entered the book depository before the shooting. After finishing his lunch up on the 6th floor, Bonnie Williams heard the voices of James Jarman and Harold Norman emanating from the floor below. Feeling a bit lonely, Williams went down to the 5th floor and joined his 2 colleagues. The exact time of Williams' departure is unclear, but it was likely no more than 10 or even 5 minutes before the shooting. On the grounds below, a sea of spectators lined the streets of Elm and Houston. Every once in a while, one of them would glance up at the book depository. Indeed, Jarman, Williams, and Norman were spotted on multiple occasions, leaning out the far east windows on the 5th floor. But movement could also be seen on the floor above them. a floor that, by all accounts, was now supposed to be empty. Awaiting the motorcade by the east curb of Houston was a young, newlywed couple named Arnold and Barbara Rowland. Some 15 minutes before the shooting, Arnold spotted a white man in the westernmost window on the 6th floor of the football story. The man was holding a rifle. His gaze was at Houston. Despite standing a few meters away from an officer, Arnold chose not to report the gunman.
Did it ever enter your mind that you should go and tell the policeman of this sight or this vision that you had seen?
Really, it didn't.
It never entered your mind.
I never dreamed of anything such as that. I mean, I must honestly say, my opinion was based on movies I have seen, on the attempted assassination of Theodore Roosevelt and the other one, Franklin Roosevelt. And both of these had Secret Service men up in windows or on top of the buildings with rifles. And this is how my opinion was based. Why it didn't alarm me. Perhaps if I'd been older and had more experience in life, it might have made a difference. It very well could have. Do you ever have reoccurring dreams, sir?
What?
Do you ever have reoccurring dreams?
Yes.
This is a reoccurring dream of mine, sir. All the time. What if I told someone about it? I knew about it enough in advance, and perhaps it could have been prevented. I mean, this is something which shakes me up at times.
If Rowland's recollection is accurate, it stands in direct conflict with that of Bonnie Williams, who claimed to have eaten lunch on the same floor at the same time. Williams neither saw nor heard anyone, despite having an unobstructed view down to the southwest corner of the building where Rowland claimed to have seen the gunman. A few minutes later, a different spectator named Howard Brennan spotted a white man pacing to and fro the easternmost window on the 6th floor. At 12:30, the presidential limousine emerged from behind a building and began driving north from Houston. As the car made a sharp left turn at Elm, a high school student named Amos Ewens glanced up at the book depository and caught sight of a protruding metal rod. Few realized what had happened. Was it a firecracker, backfiring motorcycle, or presidential salute? People near the Rowlands even started laughing, perhaps feeling a bit foolish for being frightened by the ostensibly harmless explosion. Standing by the northwest corner of Elm in Houston was James Rowe. He thought the explosion had come from directly overhead. Sure enough, on one of the upper floors, Rowe could see the barrel of a gun. At that moment, a second explosion echoed through Dealey Plaza. Worrell and Ewens witnessed the recoil and muzzle flash of the rifle in concurrence with the sound. Brennan had yet to realize what was happening. He thought a firecracker had been thrown from the book depository. He looked up, and the man he'd seen pacing only minutes before was now aiming down the sights of a rifle.
It's not known for sure, but it is believed that President Kennedy has been shot.
President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally shot.
Brennan could only recall the execution, but his testimony information might have heard three. He confusingly said he saw the gunman fire the last shot, yet denied seeing the discharge of the rifle. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, the rifle was seen by a handful of witnesses as the gunman cautiously withdrew from the window.
The rifle, or what looked like a rifle, was drawn fairly slowly back into the building, and I saw no one in the window with it. I didn't even see a form in the window.
I could see his hand, the rifle laying across his hand. And I could see his hand sticking out on the trigger part. After he got through, he just pulled it back in the window.
He drew the gun back from the window, as though he was drawing it back to his side, and maybe paused for another second, as though to assure himself that he hit his mark, and then he disappeared.
Neither Ewens nor Worrell saw the face of the gunman, and had thus offered little to no information regarding his appearance. Arnold was quite some distance away, yet furnished a basic description of the man he'd seen before the shooting, a description that was quite similar to the one provided by Brennan, who got the best of the gun. Taken together, these accounts paint a picture of an assassin on the 6th floor of the book depository, taking aim with a rifle and firing at the president from the sniper's nest. But other accounts leave room for a bit of doubt. As previously mentioned, Arnold Rowland spotted a white man with a rifle in the westernmost window on the 6th floor about 12:15. But as late as 5 minutes before the shooting, Arnold observed an elderly black man leaning out the easternmost window on the same floor. He might have confused the 6th floor with the 5th, where James Jarman, Bonnie Williams and Harold Norman did indeed lean out the window. In fact, they were the only black employees known to watch the motorcade from a floor above the first. Except they could hardly be described as elderly. But then, take a listen to this.
Will you describe with as much particularity as you can what that man looked like?
It seemed to me an elderly black man. That is about all. I didn't pay very much attention to him.
This question was then repeated to Arnold a few minutes later, at which point his answer had dramatically changed.
He was very thin, an elderly gentleman. Bald or practically bald. Very thin hair if he wasn't bald. Had on a plaid shirt. I think it was red and green. Very bright color. That is why I remember it.
Can you give us an estimate as to age?
50, possibly 55 or 60.
Can you give us an estimate as to height?
5'8", 5'10", in that neighborhood. He was very slender, very thin.
Can you give us a more definite description as to complexion?
Very dark or fairly dark. Not real dark compared to some black men, but fairly dark. Seemed like his face was either, I can't recall detail, but it was either very wrinkled or marked in some way.
So, in the span of a few minutes, Arnold went from "I didn't pay very much attention" to describing the man's complexion, hair, clothing, age, height, build, and even the blemishes on his face.
Sometimes some people are prone to exaggerate more than others, and without in any way meaning to take away from the testimony of your husband as to what he saw in the building at the time, just from your general experience, do you feel you can rely on everything he says?
I don't feel that I can rely on everything anybody says.
This is really an unfair question to ask any wife about her husband. Saying it very correctly,
At
but
times, my husband's prone to exaggerate. Does that answer it?
I think it does. Is there anything else you want to add to that, or not?
Usually, his exaggerations are not concerned with anything other than himself. They're usually to boost his ego. They usually say that he is really smarter than he is, or he's a better salesman than he is. Something like that.
As leading as that line of questioning was, Barbara was not alone in doubting her husband's credibility. Officials at 2 separate high schools attended by Arnold explicitly warned authorities not to trust everything he says. He was characterized as someone who would not hesitate to fabricate a story and not tell the truth regarding any matter. Indeed, Rowland lied or exaggerated on multiple occasions when he testified. Another witness who claimed to have seen a gunman in the book depository was Carolyn Walter. Shortly before the arrival of the motorcade, Walter had seen a man with blonde or light brown hair in one of these windows on the 4th or 5th floor. She explicitly ruled out the 6th. It should be noted, however, that during the shooting, this window was closed with the blinds down, while this one, as you already know, was occupied by Bonnie Williams and Harold Norman. In any case, the light-haired man seen by Walter was holding a machine gun, and standing beside him was another man wearing a brown suit. Much like Arnold Rowland, Walter assumed the gunman was a presidential guard and refrained from telling the police. In fact, there's no evidence she told anyone of what she'd seen, not even a colleague with whom she watched the motorcade. In Walter's defense, 2 other witnesses recalled seeing a man with light brown hair on the 5th or 6th floor, except they never saw a weapon or an accomplice. Disagreements regarding the floors were, at least in part, due to the ground floor lacking visible windows.
How do you know it was the 6th floor? 6th floor rather than the 5th floor?
I went with the FBI and I showed them the window, and I didn't count the bottom floor.
You mean the first time you gave a statement, you didn't count the bottom floor?
That's right.
Another source of confusion was the distinct visual difference between the 7th floor and the ones below.
When you first glance at the building, you're thrown off a little as to the floors because there's a ridge. It almost looked like a structure added onto the top of the building, about 1 story above, so you have to recount.
Not only that, but multiple witnesses described the 6th floor as the 2nd floor from the top. But in the chaos that ensued, it seems the tail end of that sentence was not always recorded.
We have a man here sitting on the
Amos Ewens is another curious witness because even though he never saw the gunman's face, he did see the top of his head. Somehow.
What did you see in the building?
I saw a bald spot on this man's head. Trying to look out the window, he had a bald spot on his head. I was looking at the bald spot.
Oswald did not have a bald spot. He was trimming a bit in the front, but otherwise had a full head of hair. But the strength of Ewan's account is somewhat diminished by his inability to recall much of anything else.
Could you tell whether he was a black gentleman or a white man?
Yes, sir.
Couldn't even tell that, but you have described that he had a bald
Spot in his head. Yes, sir. I could see the bald spot in his head.
Now, could you tell what color hair he had?
No, sir.
Could you tell whether his hair was dark or light?
No, sir.
Long after the assassination, 15 years to be precise, a journalist working for the Dallas Morning News tracked down a man named John Powell. Powell had supposedly seen two men fiddling with a scope on a rifle in the sniper's nest. He described their complexion as darker than white, but that was about it. Once again, one has to wonder if he confused the gunmen with Jarman, Williams, and Norman on the floor below. I mean, after 15 years of silence, there's no telling of how his memory could have been distorted. A good example of such distortion is Richard Carr. A few minutes before the shooting, Carr had been standing roughly here when he spotted a man on the 7th floor of the book depository, all the way over here. The man was white and wore a hat, glasses, and sport coat. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Carr returned to ground level and caught sight of what he believed to be the same man now trotting south on Houston. He made a left turn right about here before being picked up by a station wagon. By 1969, however, Carr's story had changed. The man with the sport coat had now been standing on the 5th floor, not the 7th. After the shooting, Mr. Sportcoat had emerged from behind the book depository, accompanied by two other men. They too had been picked up by a separate station wagon before speeding away. It's unclear how Carr is supposed to have seen all of this, considering what he told the FBI back in '64.
Carr advised that from his location on the steel structure of the new courthouse building, it would have been impossible for him to observe the lower floors and entrance of the book depository, and that from his position he could only see the top floor and the roof.
In Carr's defense, James Worrell had seen a man emerge from the rear entrance of the book depository about 3 minutes after the shooting. This man also wore a sport coat and headed south on Houston. Except the man seen by Carr was kinda stocky and wore a hat, while the man seen by Worrell had a slender build and was hatless. Besides, anyone connected with the shooting, leaving via the rear entrance, would surely have headed north, not towards the scene of the crime. As if that was not enough, two other witnesses, James Romack and George Rackley, stood roughly here for several minutes after the shooting. Both of them paid special attention to the rear entrance of the building.
Mr. Romack stated that from the time he heard the shots, he had looked toward the book depository and had under his immediate observation the loading dock and the back door. He stated he is positive that no one came out of this door or out of the loading dock doors.
Could you see the back door of the Texas School Book Depository? Were you looking towards that direction?
Yes, sir.
How long did you keep your eyes closed?
Oh, I would say probably 10. I was looking up that way at all times.
Did you see any people leave the Texas School Book Depository by way of the rear exit?
No, sir.
Did you see any people running north on Houston Street?
No, sir.
Unfortunately, conflicting accounts were not limited to the book depository. Among the hundreds of witnesses in the vicinity of Dealey Plaza, nothing was as disputed as the number and origin of the gunshots.
Governor Conley was holding his stomach.
And the shots were almost simultaneously, weren't they?
Yes, sir, they were probably 10 seconds
Do you know who
apart.
fired the third shot?
I didn't hear I don't recall a third shot. There may have been. My family hit the ground, and I don't recall a third shot. I just couldn't, I'm not certain of that. I do know I heard 2 shots.
Yeah, I heard 3. I know
You
there were
heard
3.
Well,
yeah, I said to Jerry after the second shot, I said, my God, those are gunshots.
No one knows exactly how many spectators were in or near Dealey Plaza at the time of the assassination. Well over 200 were at some point questioned by a combination of authorities, journalists, and others. Attempts have been made to consolidate the various accounts, and it's clear from all such attempts that the majority of witnesses heard 3 shots. What's a bit less clear is the source of the explosions. The gunman was either placed in the vicinity of the book depository, marked here in red, or an area west of the building, marked in green, known as the grassy knoll. But as you can see from these pie charts, the assessment of earwitness testimony is highly susceptible to bias. It's a surprisingly subjective exercise that can lead to widely different results. Nevertheless, there were a substantial number of witnesses who pointed to the grassy knoll, located roughly here, and many of them were scattered throughout the plaza. To give you some examples, August Campbell was standing near the front entrance of the book depository, yet believed the shots had come from the grassy knoll. Meanwhile, Marilyn Sitzman was standing on the grassy knoll, yet believed the shots had come from the book depository. Standing beside Campbell was a woman named Geraldine Reed, who believed the shots had come from the book depository. Standing by the curb in front of Sitzman was William Newman, who believed the shots had come from the grassy knoll. One might therefore conclude that there must have been 2 assassins, one in the book depository and one on the grassy knoll. Indeed, countless authors and even a congressional investigation have done precisely that. Now, the scope of this video is not nearly exhaustive enough for me to attempt any conclusions regarding a second gunman, but I do want to leave you with this. You might have seen these unlabeled blue slices before. Well, that's how many witnesses heard gunshots coming from. That is to say, next to no one did. All the shots came either from the east or west, not both.
Mr. Campbell believed the noise came from away from the book depository. This illusion, he explained, may have been due to the sound bouncing off the building and other objects in the vicinity.
August Campbell was far from alone in being deceived by the pronounced echoes of the gunshots.
Where did the noises or shots sound to you like they came from?
It was hard to tell because they had an echo, you know. There was actually 2 explosions with each one. There was the shot and then the echo from it, so it was hard to tell. There was too much reverberation. There was an echo which gave me a sound all over. In other words, that square is it had a sound all over. The sounds came either from up against the school depository building or near the mouth of the triple underpass. I had worked in this watchtower for some 10 or 12 years and was there during the time they were renovating the school depository building and had noticed at that time the similarity of sounds occurring in either of those 2 locations. There's a reverberation which takes place from either location.
This auditory illusion was not a fluke. Not only did the buildings surrounding the plaza act as an echo chamber, but even experienced hunters can struggle to pinpoint the number and order of gunshots by sound alone. Here's a quote from a book on that very topic, published a few years before the assassination.
Little credence should be put in what anyone says about a shot or even the number of shots. These things coming upon a person suddenly are generally extremely inaccurately recorded in their memory. One of the authors asked one deer hunter last fall how many shots another hunter less than 100 yards away had fired. The answer was 5. Actually, only 2 shots were fired.
Employees in the book depository were no less confused about the gunshots than the spectators outside. To give you some examples, on the first floor, Eddie Piper heard 3 shots that appeared to come from inside the building. On the third floor, Edna Case and Sandra Ellison heard nothing. Meanwhile, Stephen Wilson on the same floor heard 3 shots, came from the west. On the fourth floor, Elsie Dorman, multiple shots came from this building across the street. Victoria Adams, 3 shots from the west. Mary Hollis, 3 shots inside the building. But some employees not only heard the shots, but could literally feel the explosions shake the building.
Could you tell where the shots were coming from?
Yes, sir. They came from inside the building.
How do you know that?
Because the building vibrated from the result of the explosion coming in.
Did you know they were shots at the time?
Yes, sir. They sounded almost like cannon shots. They were so terrific.
Much like Geneva Hine on the second floor, Bonnie Williams could feel the explosions up on the fifth. It sounded to Williams as though the shots had been fired from the floor above. His colleague, James Jarman, initially thought the shots had come from somewhere below, but then changed his mind and agreed with Williams. Harold Norman, meanwhile, heard far more than gunshots.
Just after the president passed by, I heard a shot. And several seconds later, I heard 2 more shots. I knew that the shots had come from directly above me, and I could hear the expended cartridges fall to the floor. I could also hear the bolt action of the rifle.
The explosions shook the building, and a piece of loose plaster or dirt was dislodged from the ledge above and splattered on the floor. Meanwhile, spectators in the street below could see them leaning out the window, looking up at the sixth floor.
I just looked straight up ahead of me, which would have been looking at the school book depository, and I noticed two black men in a window, straining to see directly above them. And my eyes followed right up to the window above them, and I saw the rifle, or what looked like a rifle.
Frightened and somewhat entranced by the pandemonium outside, the three men remained on the fifth floor for several minutes. Meanwhile, the apparent assassin upstairs was now in a race against time.
Did you hear anything upstairs at all?
No, sir. I didn't hear anything.
Any footsteps?
No, sir. Probably. The reason we didn't hear anything is because, after the shots, we were running too, and that was making a louder noise.
Why didn't you go up to the sixth floor?
I really don't know. We just never did think about it. Maybe it's because we were frightened.
When the shooting began, motorcycle policeman Marion Baker had just made a right turn from Main Street to Houston. Baker recognized the explosions as gunfire and could see a flock of pigeons fluttering above two buildings further up ahead. Baker made a split-second decision and headed for the book depository. Once inside, he was greeted by Truly. Truly directed Baker to the elevator, but neither was available. He pressed the button while shouting at the elevator shaft for someone upstairs to close the gate. No response. Instead, they began running up the stairs.
Of this man walking away from this. I happened to see him through this window in this door. I don't know how come I saw him, but I had a glimpse of him coming down there.
Where was he coming from, do you know?
No, sir. All I seen of him was a glimpse of him go away from me.
What did you do?
I hollered at him at that time and said, "Come here." He turned and walked right straight back to me.
What did you say to him?
I didn't get anything out of him. Mr. Truly had come to my side here, and I turned to Mr. Truly and I says, "Do you know this man? Does he work here?" And he said, "Yes." And I turned immediately and went on out up the stairs.
The man whom Baker and Truly encountered in the second-floor lunchroom was none other than Lee Harvey Oswald. The encounter was brief, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Oswald appeared calm and failed to evoke suspicion, so Truly and Baker left him in the lunchroom and proceeded up the stairs. They spent some time searching the roof, but there was no assassin. Down by the main entrance, Geraldine Reed was still trying to process what had just occurred. She decided to return to her office on the second floor of the building. Here, about 2 minutes after the shooting, Reed became the last known person to have seen Oswald inside the book depository.
I kept walking and I looked up and Oswald was coming in the back door of the office. I met him by the time I passed my desk by several feet, and I told him, I said, "Oh, the president has been shot, but maybe they didn't hit him." He mumbled something to me. I kept walking. He did too. I didn't pay any attention to what he said because I had no thoughts of him having any connection with the shooting at all, because he was very calm.
Oswald is then presumed to have taken the front stairs, and on his way out the main entrance, encountered someone looking for a phone. There are at least two candidates for who this person might have been, but Oswald seems to have pointed out the phone inside the building before blending into the chaos outside. He was next observed boarding a bus a few blocks east and out. Nearly 4 months after the assassination, Truly and Baker participated in a crude reconstruction of the shooting to time their movements. The experiment was repeated twice. On the first attempt, it took them 1 minute and 30 seconds to reach the second floor lunchroom. Then, 1 minute and 15 seconds. These time trials were primarily conducted to determine whether Oswald could have fired the shots from the 6th floor and still made it down to the 2nd in time for his encounter with Truly and Baker. After all, if there wasn't enough time, Oswald could not have been the assassin. A bunch of different routes were tested, and while Oswald could theoretically have taken one of the elevators or even the fire escape, in practice there wasn't enough time.
You do not think the assassin used any of the elevators at any time to get from the 6th to the 2nd floor?
You mean after the shooting? No, sir. He just could not, because those elevators, I saw myself, were both on the 5th floor. They were both even.
The only other means of descent was the stairway. A stand-in for the gunman trotted down from the 6th floor to the 2nd in 1 minute and 18 seconds. Then, at a slightly faster pace, in 1 minute and 14 seconds. There was just enough time. It's therefore possible that Oswald stopped on the 2nd floor, perhaps upon hearing Truly shouting up the elevator shaft, and attempted to hide in the lunchroom mere seconds ahead of Truly and Baker's arrival. But it's not quite that simple, because Oswald was not the only person using the stairway to escape the building. As previously mentioned, Victoria Adams watched the motorcade from an office on the 4th floor of the book depository. Within 30 seconds of the shooting, Adams ran down the stairs to the 1st floor along with her colleague, Sandra Stiles.
When you got to the bottom of the 1st floor, did you see anyone there as you entered the 1st floor from the stairway?
Yes, sir.
Who did you see?
Mr. William Shelley and Billy Lovelady.
Now, what did you do after you encountered Mr. Shelley and Mr. Lovelady?
I said I believed the president was shot.
Do you remember what they said?
Nothing.
Then what did you do?
I proceeded out to the Houston Street dock.
There are two significant problems with Adams' account. The first being that she and Stiles supposedly left the 4th floor within 30 seconds of the shooting and then ran down the stairs to the 1st. This would place them in approximate sync with Oswald, descending from the 6th floor to the 2nd.
Now, as you were running down the stairs, did you encounter anyone?
Not during the actual running down the stairs. No, sir.
Did you hear anyone using the stairs?
No, sir.
But okay, perhaps Oswald was a few flights above, and his footsteps were drowned out by their own. This would mean that Stiles and Adams left the 4th floor mere seconds ahead of Oswald's arrival, reached the ground floor mere seconds ahead of Roy Truly and Marion Baker's ascent, before encountering William Shelley and Billy Lovelady right about here. But this is when problem number 2 makes an entrance. When the president was shot, Shelley and Lovelady stood on the front steps of the book depository. They spent several minutes roaming about outside before returning to the building. And that's the problem. How did Stiles and Adams encounter Shelley and Lovelady within seconds of the shooting if it took them several minutes to return to the building?
Who did you see on the 1st floor after returning to the book depository?
I saw a girl, but I wouldn't swear to it. It's Vicky.
What is her full name?
I wouldn't know.
Vicky Adams?
I believe so.
Would you say it was Vicky you saw?
I couldn't swear.
Where was the girl?
I don't remember what place she was, but I remember seeing a girl and she was talking to Shelley or saw Shelley or something.
Shelley could recall no such incident. Presuming that Lovelady was correct and Shelley had a lapse of memory, it's possible their encounter with Stiles and Adams occurred minutes rather than seconds after the shooting. After all, Adams could have been mistaken. This scenario implies that Oswald made his escape, Truly and Baker went upstairs, and then several minutes later, Stiles and Adams left the building. But it's not quite that simple. Watching the motorcade alongside Stiles and Adams was their supervisor, Dorothy Garner.
Miss Garner stated this morning that after Miss Adams went downstairs, Miss Garner, saw Mr. Truly and the policeman come up.
Not only does this account corroborate that of Adams, meaning they left within seconds, not minutes, but it implies that Garner was in a position to observe the stairway from somewhere on the 4th floor. In spite of this, Garner made no mention of seeing Oswald scampering down the stairs between Stiles and Adams' departure and Truly and Baker's arrival. What makes this conflict so difficult to resolve is that neither Stiles nor Garner were called to testify. We have but a few brief statements of what they witnessed. All we know about Sandra Stiles is that she went down the stairs with Adams. Did it happen within seconds of the shooting? We don't know. Did she see or hear anyone else while running down the stairs? We don't know. Did she encounter Shelley and Lovelady on the first floor? We don't know. Authorities appear to have presumed Adams unreliable and then ignored the witnesses who could have easily refuted or confirmed that presumption. A simple reenactment like the one granted Truly and Baker could have gone a long way to resolve this issue. But that never happened. Many decades after the assassination, author Barry Ernest was able to track down Sandra Stiles, Dorothy Garner, and Victoria Adams. Stiles confirmed that she and Adams left the window within seconds of the shooting, but she doesn't explicitly say they left the 4th floor within seconds. In any case, as they moved quickly down the stairs, she heard no footfall apart from their own. Garner confirmed she never witnessed the descent of Oswald, despite seeing Truly and Baker heading upstairs. Adams went a bit further and accused investigators of tampering with their testimony.
I'm beginning to wonder if the Shelley and Lovelady encounter was inserted into my testimony later. I remember saying to a fairly big black man inside the building, right near the loading dock, right after I got down the stairs, that I thought the president may have been shot.
Sandra Stiles apparently told Ernest something similar.
A few people were milling around on the first floor. One was a black man. Shelley and Lovelady were definitely not on the first floor when we got there.
The only black employees who could have possibly made it to the rear stairway in time were Carl Jones, Roy Lewis, Eddie Piper, and Troy West. What you see here are their approximate positions at the time of the shooting, but during the seconds and minutes that followed, only Piper is known to have paid any attention to the stairs in the back. As soon as the shooting began, Piper crossed the first floor to get a better view of a clock. He remained in roughly this location until he observed Truly and Baker running up the stairs.
Had anybody come down the steps before Truly and Baker went up the steps?
No, sir.
Did Vicky Adams come down before Truly and Baker went up the steps?
No, sir. No, sir. She didn't do it.
Remember James Romack and George Rackley? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you don't, there's like 100 different names to keep track of, but they were the ones who failed to spot anyone leaving the book depository via the rear entrance for several minutes after the shooting. Well, the thing is, according to both Stiles and Adams, they left the book depository via the rear entrance upon reaching the first floor. So if Romack and Rackley are to be believed, then, once again, the descent of Stiles and Adams must have taken place minutes rather than seconds after the shooting. Not only that, but when Sandra Stiles was contacted by another researcher, she apparently expressed great uncertainty regarding the stairwell descent and thought it might in fact have occurred a couple of minutes after the shooting. I don't know what to make of all this. The conspiracy crowd will, of course, amplify the more suspicious elements, while those who support the official narrative will focus on that which discredits Adams. Ultimately, we don't know the exact timeline of events. It's difficult enough to pin down the minute-by-minute chronology. Once you get down to seconds, there's a lot of guesswork at play. The time trials by Truly and Baker gives us a rough estimate, but that's not cast in stone. They could have easily been a bit faster, a bit slower. So too could have Shelley, Lovelady, Garner, Stiles, Adams, and Oswald.
Would you say that the reconstruction that we did on March the 20th was a minimum or a maximum time?
Oh, I would say that would be the minimum time. We did everything that I did that day, and this would be the minimum time, because I'm sure that it took me a little longer.
I must also mention that we don't know much about the layout of the 4th floor beyond this crude schematic. If the other floors are any indication, much of this space was occupied by bookshelves and This is significant because Dorothy Garner never actually saw Stiles and Adams enter the stairway. She only heard footsteps of what she presumed to be them running down the stairs. Following a quick sweep of the roof, Roy Truly and Marion Baker returned to the ground floor of the book department.
What did you do when you got back to the first floor? Or what did you see?
When I got back to the first floor, at first I didn't see anything except officers running around, reporters in the place. There was a regular madhouse.
Had they sealed off the building yet? Do you know?
Then, in a few minutes, it could have been moments or minutes at a time like that, I noticed some of my boys were over in the west corner of the shipping department, and there were several officers over there taking their names and addresses and so forth. I noticed that Lee Oswald was not among these boys.
Oswald was not the only absentee, but he was the only one whom truly knew for a fact had left the building after the shooting. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, a stack of boxes in the southeast corner attracted the attention of Deputy Luke Mooney.
I went straight across to the southeast corner of the building, and I saw these high boxes. And the minute I squeezed between these two stacks of boxes, I had to turn myself sideways. That is when I saw the expended shells, and the boxes that were stacked up looked to be a rest for the weapon.
2 windows west of the sniper's nest, authorities found a bottle of Dr. Pepper and some chicken bones, leftovers from the lunch eaten by Bonnie Williams shortly before the assassination. But according to some officers, including Mooney, remains of a similar meal also found in the southeast.
Does this photograph show any place where you saw the chicken bone?
If I recall correctly, the chicken bone could have been laying on this box, or it might have been laying on this box right here. There was one of them partially eaten, and there was a little small paper poke.
By poke, you mean a paper sack?
Right. The assassin lay it over there if he was the one that put it there.
In spite of this, no such items were ever photographed. Apart from the sack of chicken bones found here, there are no records of leftovers near the southeast.
Now, did you see a chicken bone over near the boxes in the southeast corner?
I don't believe there was one there.
You didn't see any. One witness, a deputy sheriff named Luke Mooney, said he found a piece of chicken partly eaten on top of one of the boxes. Did you see anything like that?
No.
Was anything like that called to your attention?
I can't recall anything like that.
But it wasn't just the chicken bones. There were similar disagreements regarding the 3 cartridge cases. According to Mooney, Dallas Police Captain William Fritz tampered with the evidence.
Are those the empty shells you found?
Yes, sir.
Now, will you take this marker and encircle the shells?
All right.
They were turned over to Captain Fritz?
Yes, sir. He was the first officer that picked him up, as far as I know, because I stood there and watched him go over and pick him up and look at him.
Is this the position of the cartridges, as shown in this photograph, as you saw them?
Yes, sir. That is just about the way they were laying. To the best of my knowledge, I do know there was one further away, and these other 2 were relatively close to each other on this particular area. But these cartridges, this one and this one, looks like they are further apart than they actually was.
Now, I didn't quite understand. Did you say that it was your memory that A and B were not that close together?
Just from my memory, it seems that this cartridge ought to have been over this way a little further.
You mean the B cartridge should be closer to the C?
Closer to the C, yes, sir.
Mooney did not explicitly state, but strongly implied that Captain Fritz moved at least one of the cartridge cases before they were photographed. According to Fritz, he did everything by the book.
I told him not to move the cartridges, not to touch anything till we could get the crime lab to take pictures of them, just as they were lying there. And I left an officer assigned there to see that that was done. And the crime lab came almost immediately and took pictures and dusted the shells for prints.
Amidst the swarm of officers canvassing the 6th floor was a lone journalist by the name of Thomas Ollier. Ollier was equipped with a camera and actually filmed much of the frantic search effort. About 3 decades later, Ollier made some rather startling claims that were largely consistent with, but also expanded upon those made by Mooney.
After filming the casings, I asked Captain Fritz, who was standing at my side, if I could go behind the barricade and get a close-up shot of the casings. He told me that it would be better if I got my shots from outside the barricade. He then rounded the pile of boxes and entered the enclosure. This was the first time anybody walked between the barricade and the windows. Fritz then walked to the casings, picked them up, and held them in his hand over the top of the boxes for me to get a close-up shot of the evidence. I filmed about 8 seconds of a close-up shot of the shell casings in Captain Fritz's hand.
These alleged portions of Ollier's film had never surfaced. Preservation took a back seat while the film was being prepared for broadcast. Portions of the film were carelessly chopped up and discarded, and fragmentary clips are all that remains today. In any case, after supposedly filming the casings in the hand of Captain Fritz, Ollier recalled how they were deceitfully returned to the floor.
Over 30 minutes later, Captain Fritz reached into his pocket and handed the casings to Detective Robert Studebaker. Studebaker never saw the original placement of the casings, so he tossed them on the floor and photographed them.
To counterbalance these allegations of foul play, I must also mention that there were those who found nothing amiss about the cartridge cases.
Did you see a picture taken of the holes?
Yes, sir.
When the picture was taken, were the holes in the same position as when you had first seen them?
Yes, sir, they were.
Even Mooney sort of agreed that the casings had not been moved, immediately after explaining that they had been moved. In the testimony we heard a few minutes ago, Mooney was shown this photograph. He then examined this one, taken from a different angle, before being shown this one. Now, these two are just differently cropped copies of the same photograph.
I have another picture. Here is a picture taken, also from another angle. Does that show the cartridges?
Yes, sir.
Now, compare that with the other photograph.
Yes, sir.
Is that about the way it looked?
Yes, sir. That is right. It sure is.
That doesn't really gel with the casing supposedly being picked up and haphazardly tossed back on the floor, as Thomas Ollier would claim decades later. While there are question marks surrounding the chicken bones and cartridge cases, there can be no doubt that some of the boxes in the sniper's nest were moved prior to being photographed.
Do you have any pictures of the boxes near the window before they were moved, other than those you have showed me?
Just these two.
Then you don't have any pictures taken of the boxes before they were moved?
No.
Now, I will show you another picture. Was that taken by you?
Yes.
Does that show the position of the boxes before or after they were moved?
That's after they were dusted. There's fingerprint dust on every box.
And they were not in that position then when you first saw them?
No.
Several minutes after the sniper's nest was discovered, a bolt-action rifle was found between two rows of boxes near the stairway. Now, there was some initial confusion regarding its make and model. Some thought it looked like a Mauser, but upon closer inspection, it was identified as an Italian Carcano. The officer who misidentified the rifle later explained that he did so at a glance. However, over a decade after the assassination in 1976, a former deputy sheriff by the name of Roger Craig claimed to have seen the marking 7.65 Mauser stamped right on the barrel of the rifle. To some, this is evidence that a Mauser was in fact discovered on the 6th floor before being swapped for a Carcano. But Craig was the only person to make this specific claim, did so many years after the assassination, and after telling a journalist the following.
Did you handle that rifle on the 6th floor?
Yes, I did. I couldn't give its name because I don't know foreign rifles. I know it was foreign made, and you loaded it downward into a built-in clip. But there was another rifle, a Mauser, found up on the roof of the depository that afternoon.
There were no reports of a Mauser being found on the roof either. Besides, the only rifle seen in the film taken by Thomas Ollier is unmistakably a Carcano. Unique markings on the cartridge cases would later prove that this was indeed the rifle from which all three had been fired. Before the day was over, the rifle had been traced to a company in Chicago, Illinois. The company had sold the rifle to someone named A. Hiddell and shipped it to a post office box in Dallas in early 1963. Alec James Hiddell was a pseudonym known to have been used by Oswald. So there was now a direct link between the shells, the rifle, and Oswald. Not only that, but Oswald's prints were lifted from both the rifle and boxes in the sniper's nest. Apart from the spent shells and the rifle, authorities discovered one other key piece of evidence.
Did you find anything else up in the southeast corner of the 6th floor?
Yes, sir. We found this brown paper sack, or case. It was made out of heavy wrapping paper. Actually, it looked similar to the paper that those books in the building was wrapped in. It was just a long, narrow paper bag.
The bag was alleged to have been found here, yet this space is suspiciously empty in all the crime scene photographs.
How long was the paper bag, approximately?
I don't know. I picked it up and dusted it for prints, and they took it down there and sent it to Washington. And that's the last I'd seen of it, and I don't know.
Did you take a picture of it before you picked it up?
No.
Does that sack show in any of the pictures you took?
No, it doesn't show in any of the pictures.
Detective Robert Studebaker, who'd been working as a forensic assistant for less than 2 months, neglected to explain why he never photographed the bag. In Studebaker's defense, no one was on the lookout for a brown paper bag. Assassin, sure, rifle, casings, absolutely, but some debris in a dark-lit corner of the room. It wasn't until the bag was picked up and inspected that its significance became apparent.
Do you remember anything about what the sack looked like?
Well, it was assumed at the time that it was the sack that the rifle was wrapped up in when it was brought into the building, and it appeared that it could have been used for that.
Now, as you may recall, Wesley Frazier drove Oswald back to Irving on November the 21st to pick up some curtain rods. The following morning, Oswald was seen carrying a package by both Frazier and his sister, Linnie Randall. According to Frazier, Oswald told him the package contained curtain rods, which he then brought back to Dallas. But you may also recall that Jack Doherty denied seeing such a package.
Did you see Oswald come to work that morning?
Yes, when he first came into the door.
Did he have anything in his hands or arms?
Well, not that I could see of.
The thing is, Doherty was not a reliable witness. When questioned by the FBI and Secret Service, he appeared very confused about time and places. He required assistance from his father due to considerable difficulty in coordinating his mental faculties with his speech. While Doherty denied having such issues, his testimony is nonetheless riddled with contradictions.
Wait a minute, did you go to lunch?
Well, I went back downstairs to eat lunch. Yes, sir.
What time?
Oh, it was 12 o'clock.
Wait a minute, did you hear the shots before or after your lunch?
Before. Before I ate my lunch.
You heard shots before you ate your lunch?
Let's see. Yes, I believe I did.
Now, did you hear a shot either before or after lunch?
It was before lunch. It was before lunch.
You think it was before lunch you heard the shot?
I believe it was. Yes, sir.
While Doherty insisted that Oswald had nothing in his hands when he arrived at work, it turned out that this certitude was based on nothing but a glance.
Now, is that a very definite impression that you saw Oswald that morning when he came to work?
Well, it's like this. I'll try to explain it to you this way. You see, I was sitting on the wrapping table, and when he came in the door, I just caught him out of the corner of my eye.
Given that Frazier had eyes on Oswald for several minutes, the weight of evidence suggests he carried a package to work on the morning of November the 22nd. A far more contentious question is whether the package carried by Oswald was the same as the brown paper bag discovered on the 6th floor. According to both Randall and Frazier, the only two witnesses known to have seen the package, the answer was a definite no.
Now, was the length of the package any similar to the bag? Anywhere near similar?
Well, it wasn't that long. I mean, it was folded down at the top, as I told you. It definitely wasn't that long.
I told the FBI that as far as the length of the bag, I told them that was entirely too long.
Their main source of contention was that the package carried by Oswald was shorter than the brown paper bag. The bag was just long enough to store the rifle in its disassembled state, so if the package carried by Oswald was much shorter, then it could not have contained the rifle. Except Randall saw it briefly at a distance through a window, while Frazier never paid it much attention.
Did it look to you as if there was something heavy in the package?
Well, I'll be frank with you, I didn't pay much attention to the package.
In fact, the length of the package seemed about as certain to Frazier as his lack of attention to it.
I didn't pay much attention. I didn't pay too much attention. I didn't pay any attention to it. I didn't pay much attention to the package. I didn't look at the package very much. Like I say, I didn't pay that much attention to it. I didn't pay too much attention to how he carried the package at all.
The tape and paper with which the brown paper bag had been constructed matched the tape and paper used to wrap books for shipping on the first floor of the book depository. Not only that, but a fingerprint and palm print matching that of Oswald were also found on the bag. In spite of all this, some authors refused to accept that the brown paper bag and the package carried by Oswald were one and the same. Instead, the argument tends to be that the bag was fabricated by authorities in an effort to frame Oswald. But you then have to square that against no curtain rods being found inside the book depository, Oswald already having curtains in his rented room in Dallas, him failing to obtain permission from his landlady to redecorate, him supposedly being in such urgent need of curtain rods that he just had to return to Irving on Thursday instead of waiting just one more day. Him neglecting to mention anything about curtain rods to his wife and Ruth Payne upon his arrival, and that's despite the fact that Payne actually had some spare curtain rods in her garage. The same garage where Oswald stored his rifle.
How did you learn of the shooting of President Kennedy?
I was watching television and Ruth said someone had shot at the president.
What did you say?
It was hard for me to say anything. We both turned pale. I went to my room and cried.
Did you think immediately that your husband might have been involved?
No.
Did Mrs. Payne say anything about the possibility of your husband being involved?
No, but she only said that, by the way, they fired from the building in which Lee is working. My heart dropped. I then went to the garage to see whether the rifle was there, and I saw that the blanket was still there, and I said, thank God.
Did you look in the blanket to see if the rifle was there?
I didn't unroll the blanket. It was in its usual position, and it appeared to have something inside.
When did you learn that the rifle was not in the blanket?
When the police arrived and asked whether my husband had a rifle, and I said yes.
Then what happened?
They began to search the apartment. When they came to the garage and took the blanket, I thought, well, now I understand. They opened the blanket, but there was no rifle there.
Around the time of the rifle's discovery of the 6th year of the book, Captain Williams was appraised of Oswald's absence. He was in the next building and was back at his headquarters.
We were standing in the hallway when Captain Fritz walked in. He walked up to my colleagues and made the statement to them, go get a search warrant and pick up a man named Lee Oswald. And I asked the captain why he wanted him, and he said, well, he was employed down at the book depository, and he had not been present for a roll call of employees. And we said, Captain, we will save you a trip, because there he sits.
After escaping the book deposit, Oswald boarded a bus right about here. But the assassination ground traffic to a halt, so Oswald soon left the bus and took a cab. After returning to his rooming house in Oak Cliff, a neighborhood in southwest Dallas, Oswald changed his clothes, got a gun, and left him at home.
We'll be at large for emergency to come in.
Police patrolman J.D. Tippett encountered Oswald some 45 minutes after the shooting, a bit further south, right about here. As soon as Tippett stepped out of the vehicle, Oswald drew his gun and fired 4 shots in rapid succession.
Hello, police operator. Go ahead, it says using it. Hello, we've had a shooting out here. Where is it at? Between Marsalis and Buckley. It's a police officer. Somebody shot him. What's this? 404 10th Street. 78. It's been a police car. Notify one that the officer involved in the shooting, which Officer Gilden typically believes was pronounced DOA at Methodist 128. Well, any indication that it has any connection with this other shooting? Well, the descriptions on the suspects are similar. It is possible.
Oswald was then caught sneaking into a nearby movie theater without purchasing a ticket.
We have information that a suspect just went in the Texas theater on West Jefferson. Simple.
A large contingent of officers descended upon the theater. They surrounded the building, switched on the lights, and approached the suspect. Flanked by officers, Oswald drew a gun, and a brief scuffle ensued. But this time he was quickly subdued, handcuffed, and taken to police headquarters back in downtown Dallas. Over the next 2 days, between his arrest and untimely death, Lee Harvey Oswald was interrogated by members of the Dallas Police, FBI, Secret Service, among others. None of it was recorded.
Did you have any tape recorders?
No, sir. I don't have a tape recorder. We need one. If we had one at this time, we could have handled these conversations far better.
The Dallas Police Department doesn't have one.
No, sir. I have requested one several times, but so far, they haven't gotten me one.
So no one knows exactly what was said inside this room. Instead, we have to settle for the cliff notes, and of special interest to us is Oswald's alibi.
These people have given me a hearing without legal representation or anything. Did you shoot the president? I didn't shoot anybody, no, sir.
We just heard Oswald, who said he did not shoot anybody.
Oswald vehemently denied any involvement in the assassination. Instead, he claimed to have eaten lunch with two co-workers on the first floor of the book depository. One of them was a black co-worker whose name Oswald could not recall. The other was James Jarman.
Were you with anybody when you were walking around on the first floor finishing your sandwich?
No, I wasn't. I was trying to get through so I could get out on the street.
Did you see Lee Oswald?
No, I didn't.
After his arrest, he stated to a police officer that he had had lunch with you. Did you have a lunch with him?
No, sir, I didn't.
But according to another interrogator, Oswald's claim was not to have eaten lunch with Jarman and this unnamed co-worker, but merely that he saw them pass through the lunchroom while he was eating.
Oswald stated that he had eaten lunch in the lunchroom at the Texas School Book Depository alone, but recalled possibly two black employees walking through the room during this period. He stated possibly one of these employees was called Junior, and the other was a short individual whose name he could not recall, but whom he would be able to recognize.
So, according to this version of events, Oswald's alibi was that he possibly saw two co-workers, one whose name he could not recall, enter and traverse the lunchroom, together or separately, during an unspecified period of time. Whether Oswald claimed to be with or in proximity of his colleagues, it makes no difference because neither alibi could be substantiated. Instead, James Jarman had last seen Oswald taking an elevator upstairs sometime between 11 and 12 o'clock. William Perry and Lee Piper had last seen Oswald roaming about the first floor around noon, at which time Oswald had Piper that he was either going out or going up to eat lunch. Then with the account of Paul Givens, you may recall that Givens is officially recognized as the last person in the depository known to have seen Oswald before the assassination. Their encounter was fixed at 11:55 and is supposed to have taken place on the 6th floor. But prior to relating this version of events, Givens had repeatedly told the FBI that he saw Oswald on the first floor at 11:50, a statement which he later denied later. Either way, Oswald being on the first floor at noon was absolutely nothing to prevent him from being on the 6th floor later. Next, Carolyn Arnold is to be believed.
As Mrs. Arnold was standing in front of the building, she stated she thought she caught a fleeting glimpse of Lee Harvey Oswald standing in the hallway between the front door and the double doors leading to the warehouse located on the first floor. She could not be sure that this was Oswald, but she said she felt it was and believed the time to be a few minutes before 12:15 p.m.
So that would be about here. In a subsequent statement, Arnold claimed to have gone outside as late as 12:25, thereby pushing the time of her potential ground floor sighting of Oswald as close as 5 minutes before the shooting. Putting aside the fact that her observation was described as a fleeting glimpse and that she could not be certain of the man's identity, Arnold herself will later deny it ever happened.
That is completely foreign to me. It would have forced me to have been turning back around to the building when, in fact, I was trying to watch the parade. Why would I be looking back inside the building? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Instead, Arnold claimed that this encounter had actually taken place in the second floor lunchroom.
I do not recall that Oswald was doing anything. I just recall that he was sitting there in one of the booth seats on the right-hand side of the room as you go in. He was angry, as usual, and appeared to be having lunch. I did not speak to him, but I recognized him clearly.
The problem with both of these accounts is that none of her colleagues reported anything remotely similar. Whether it was the first or second floor, Oswald was apparently invisible to everyone but Arnold. Besides, it took Arnold 15 years to relate her revised version of events. It's ideal for such a time-sensitive issue. That being said, depending on what conspiracy theory you're willing to entertain, there are ways to interpret what Oswald told his interrogators so that it aligns with either one of Arnold's accounts. Take this for instance.
Oswald stated he was present for work at the book depository on the morning of November the 22nd, and at noon went to lunch. He went to the second floor to get a Coca-Cola and returned to the first floor to eat lunch. Then he went outside to watch the presidential parade.
This claim is interesting because in the early days of the assassination, it appeared to be supported by photographic evidence. But this figure was quickly identified as Billy Lovelady, a man who bore such a close resemblance to Oswald that when footage of Oswald first appeared on television, Lovelady's stepchildren thought it was him. Now, speaking only for myself here, really? Am I missing something here? Because they're not exactly doppelgangers, right? Anyway, in recent years, another such figure, this time with even fewer pixels to work with, has once again been the subject of debate. Because this much of a person can't be positively identified, some believe it, therefore, it must be Oswald. On the other hand, Oswald explicitly denied watching the motorcade when he spoke with another interrogator, not to mention that his presence outside went completely unnoticed by all those who did watch the motorcade. Now, there's one final account of Oswald's supposed alibi that stands out from the rest. It stands out because it really skirts the line of self-incrimination.
When asked as to his whereabouts at the time of the shooting, Oswald stated that when lunchtime came and he didn't say which floor he was on, he said one of the black employees invited him to eat lunch with him, and he stated, "You go on down and send the elevator back up, and I will join you in a few minutes." Before he could finish whatever he was doing, he stated the commotion surrounding the assassination took place. And when he went downstairs, a policeman questioned him as to his identification, and his boss stated that he is one of our employees, whereupon the policeman had him step aside momentarily. Following this, he simply walked out the front door of the building.
If this is an accurate recollection of what Oswald said, he placed himself on a floor above the second at the time of the shooting. While he neglected to mention which floor, he described a conversation between himself and an unnamed black co-worker, which sounds remarkably similar to the one described by Charles Givens. This would mean that Oswald, seemingly by accident, placed himself on the 6th floor during the shooting. After that horribly confusing mishmash of stories, what have we learned? Well, Oswald appears to have contradicted himself by offering multiple alibis. It's also possible that what he said was misunderstood or otherwise misrepresented by the interrogation participants. As mentioned at the beginning of all this, we don't actually know what Oswald said. This is all based on second-hand accounts related days, weeks, or even months after the assassination. But the main takeaway has to be the lack of corroboration. With the exception of Carolyn Arnold, a highly unreliable witness, no one relies on Oswald between roughly noon and the shooting. At least, no one inside the book depository. Among those who witnessed the sniper in the sniper's nest, Howard Brennan was the only one who thought he could identify the gunman. At least, that's what he stated initially. Within a few hours of the shooting, Brennan had become far less certain.
Upon arrival at the police station, Mr. Brennan said, "I don't know if I can do you any good or not, because I've seen the man that they have under arrest on television." And he said, "I just don't know whether I can identify him positively or not." Because he said that the man on television was a bit disheveled, and his shirt was open or something like that. And he said, "The man I saw in the book depository was not in that condition."
Brennan was then brought down to the basement of the police station to view a lineup of suspects. Among them was Oswald.
Mr. Brennan looked very carefully, and he said, "I cannot positively say." I said, "Well, is there anyone there that looks like the man in the book depository?" He said, "Well, that second man from the left, who was Oswald, he looks like him." Then he repeated that the man he saw in the book depository was not disheveled.
So that's not ideal. While Brennan did pick Oswald from a lineup, that identification was far from certain. But if Brennan is to be believed, this uncertainty was not genuine, but merely an act intended to protect his family.
I believed at that time, and I still believe, the assassination was a communist activity. And I felt like there hadn't been more than one eyewitness. And if it got to be a known fact that I was an eyewitness, my family or I, either one, might not be safe.
Well, if you wouldn't have identified Oswald during the lineup, might he not have been released by the police?
No, I already knew they had the man for murder, and I knew he would not be released.
The murder of whom?
Of Officer J.D. Tippett.
Well, what happened in between to change your mind that you later decided to come forth and tell the FBI that you could identify him?
After Oswald was killed, I was relieved quite a bit that, as far as pressure on myself of somebody not wanting me to identify anybody, there was no longer that immediate danger.
Mr. Brennan, could you tell us now whether you can or cannot positively identify the man you saw in the same floor window as the same man that you saw in the police station?
I could at that time. I could, with all sincerity, identify him as being the same man.
So, according to Brennan, within a few hours of the assassination, he became concerned that it was the product of a communist conspiracy. He feared that should he attempt to identify the gunman, he could become a target and thereby endanger his family.
Did you and your wife discuss any aspect of the assassination and you being present more or less at the scene of the assassination?
Yes, we discussed it. We talked. I talked of moving her and my grandson, who was living with us at that time, and my daughter, moving them out of town somewhere in secrecy. My wife seemed to think that a person can't get away wherever you go.
So when he interview a lineup later in the evening, he claimed uncertainty to protect his family. At least, so he claimed. I leave it up to you to decide whether to believe or disbelieve Brennan's story. On Sunday morning, November the 24th, Oswald was scheduled for transfer from the city to the county jail. Reporting from outside the police station, a local news correspondent couldn't help but to jinx the whole shebang.
Now, this is the armored truck that will carry Lee Harold Oswald from the basement here of Dallas Police Headquarters downtown to the Dallas County Sheriff's Office and the Dallas County Jail. Strict security precautions have been exercised from the very beginning and have been even increased this morning as fear arises and grows stronger that someone may attempt to take the life of the man accused of murdering the President of the United States.
The doctors at Parkland Hospital said that the single shot could scarcely have done more damage to a body than that shot did to Lee Harvey Oswald. It penetrated his spleen, his pancreas, the aorta, the kidney, and the liver.
Oswald expired at 1:07 p.m. He died at 1:07 p.m. We have arrested the man. The man will be charged with murder.
Who is he?
The suspect's name is Jack Rubenstein, I believe. He goes by the name of Jack Ruby. That's all I have to say.
Throughout this video, we've encountered witnesses who not only contradicted each other, but also themselves. Central to many arguments of conspiracies that these contradictions represent attempts by the conspirators to conceal the truth. To give you an example, Charles Givens initially claimed to have seen Oswald on the first floor at 11:50. Then he denied ever saying that and claimed to have spoken with Oswald on the 6th floor at 11:55. Some authors have found this change a bit too convenient and suspected Givens was coerced to change his story by the conspirators. In support of that conclusion, we have this document in which Dallas Police Lieutenant Jack Revel said the following.
Lieutenant Revel stated that Givens had been previously handled by the Dallas Police Department on a marijuana charge, and he believes that Givens would change his story for money.
About 2 months later, Givens did precisely that. He changed his story. But let's have a think about this. According to this interpretation of events, the conspirators had free rein to dictate Givens' testimony. They could have told him what to say or perhaps rewritten his testimony after the fact. You may recall that that is precisely what Victoria Adams claimed and Carolyn Arnold implied earlier in the video, that someone had put words in their mouth by altering the written record. Okay, so wielding that near limitless power, What words did the conspirators choose to put in the mouth of Givens? Well, they supposedly invented a brief conversation about lunch in elevators away from the sniper's nest more than half an hour before the shooting. I guess I saw Oswald sitting in the sniper's nest, or even I saw Oswald carrying a large package heading for the sniper's nest, was a bit too on the nose. The same is of course true of every other witness in Dealey Plaza. Apart from the doubtful identification by Howard Brennan, no one could actually place Oswald in the sniper's nest at the time of the shooting. I really cannot stress this enough. It apparently did not occur to the conspirators to have at least one witness unambiguously identify Oswald as the assassin. Better yet, take a photograph. For all this talk of witness coercion and evidence tampering, that seems like a bit of an oversight. What I'm trying to illustrate is that it's surprisingly trivial to plug a stray document here, an unfounded allegation there, and sprinkle in some thoughts about means and motive, and you'll end up with a conspiracy theory that, at least on the surface, sounds convincing. Whether it's organized crime, a foreign government, or domestic agency, there's enough material here to make a compelling case against countless groups and individuals, something upon which many authors, filmmakers, and others have capitalized to great success. I don't know if all of them are right or wrong. This video clearly doesn't cover enough ground for me to determine that. But to ascribe a conspiratorial motive to anything remotely suspicious seems irresponsibly black and white for a case so clouded by shades of gray. A person acting in a way that's unlawful, unethical, untruthful does not prove they colluded in a plot to assassinate the President of the United States. Such thrilling leaps of conspiracy make for entertaining stories, but that doesn't make them true. Remember Thomas Ollier? He was the journalist filming on the 6th floor during the initial search for the assassin. Decades later, Ollier began accusing officers of tampering with the evidence, staging photographs, and lying on their oath. The veracity of those allegations aside, the fascinating thing about Ollier is that he never believed Kennedy fell victim to a conspiracy. Ollier had a refreshingly nuanced take on the assassination by recognizing that evidence of corruption is not the same as evidence of conspiracy. Sloppy police work neither began nor ended with the Kennedy assassination, and people lie for all sorts of reasons. Loyalty, embarrassment, fear, pride, attention, power, money. There's no shortage of motivations to choose from. Besides, what kind of clueless masterminds would allow a cameraman to casually film their suspicious cover-up? Something I found myself doing while making this video was attempting to view the assassination from the perspective of the alleged conspirators. You could, for instance, question the logic of placing an assassin in this specific window, a window in which he ran the risk of being caught red-handed by other workers inside the building, a window in which he could have easily been and actually was spotted by spectators in the approaching motorcade, a window from which his view was partially obstructed by a tree. You can also question the logic of using a sniper to shoot at a moving target in the first place, especially when that person had a tendency to stand still in very exposed public places. If Oswald acted alone and the assassination was a crime of opportunity, these less than ideal choices start to make a lot more sense. He found himself at the right place at the right time, had no space to prepare, and used the only building to which he had access. The for a group of conspirators who handicraft their own assassination plot requires a bit more ingenuity to explain. He was a patsy, he was supposed to get caught, there were multiple assassins, you know the drill. But there's so much of that in this case. So much had to go just right for a conspiracy and the subsequent cover-up to succeed. From the roundabout process by which Oswald was hired at the Book Depository to the selection of the motorcade route. From Oswald's narrow escape and subsequent arrest to him being given multiple chances to speak with the press. From the supposed tampering, suppression, and planting of evidence to dozens of expert witnesses being successfully fooled or coaxed to lie on their oath. Not only would a plan as complex and prolonged as this one have been difficult to predict with countless points of failure, but it seems, and excuse my language here, a bit overkill. Yes, Kennedy was the President of the United States, but he was not exactly difficult to access. he was rather famous for abandoning Secret Service detail and wandering off with the crowd. In fact, that's precisely what he did on this occasion in this very film.
Decided to shake hands with one or two more people, but this is the moment where the Secret Service has its point of tension. They say when the president stops moving, that's when we're concerned, because that is when the possibility of trouble comes to the forefront. This was one of those impromptu moments for which President Kennedy is so well known. So many times you have heard that the Secret Service men suddenly find themselves without the president, that suddenly he has left them and stepped into the crowd and decided to shake hands and give his personal greetings. You could say perhaps that this is more the norm now than the unexpected, because it has been done so many times.
As this news correspondent was alluding to just a few minutes before the actual shooting, all it takes is one person with a gun at point-blank range. Not unlike the shooting of Oswald. Think about that the next time you watch a documentary or read one of the thousands of books implicating members of the Secret Service, FBI, CIA, Dallas Police Department, politicians, lawyers, doctors, investigators, businesses, and so forth. Think about how all these alleged co-conspirators do not have to be a part of any of this. And just one person in a crowd whose guilt is assured the moment they pull the trigger. By roping in this ensemble cast of characters, it inadvertently makes the conspirators seem clueless. I like to imagine a conference room, and up against the wall stands a board upon which they've mapped out the whole thing. All the people they need to manipulate, all the evidence they have to fabricate. The entire patchwork of needless risk-taking laid out bare before them. And they looked at that, and then looked at each other and went, yep, that's a solid plan. But even then, even if we assume the conspirators didn't really think it through or, I don't know, made it up as they went along, that doesn't really jive with them not getting caught. Something that would have taken a lot of planning, skill, and ingenuity. So, I guess you somehow have to convince yourself that they were clueless enough to wing the crime of the century, yet clever enough to get away with it. And therefore, there was no conspiracy. No, I don't believe any of these arguments make it impossible for others to be involved. They just make it a bit more difficult to keep that tinfoil hat firmly in place. I mean, if there was an argument with which to close the book on this case, I would not be the first to think of it nearly 6 decades and a continent removed from the events in question. I can guarantee you that much. Also, the word conspiracy doesn't even necessarily mean that there were other people involved in the planning and execution of the assassination. For instance, there's what some refer to as a benign conspiracy. This typically means that there was a cover-up, but it was not motivated by the concealment of complicity, as is so often assumed. Instead, Oswald did act alone, but there was some other motive behind the suppression of evidence. A common one being that federal agencies attempted to save face by concealing or downplaying the full extent of their failure to prevent the assassination. I mean, a known communist with ties to Russia blindsiding the entire intelligence community by assassinating the commander-in-chief on a public street in broad daylight at the height of the Cold War is not exactly resume material. Point being that there are countless ways to interpret the evidence in a case as vast as this one. I am not exaggerating when I say that you could easily make dozens of these videos and still have plenty left to talk about. After all, the Texas Chainsaw story is but one piece of a much larger puzzle. Thanks for watching. Support me on Patreon if you want. Okay, bye.
Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and...
You know, like I told
They were adamant of the phenomenon's existence.
Just let me know.
In the spring of 1806, 2 German astronomers were independently observing Venus when they noticed something odd. The hemisphere facing away from the sun did not perfectly blend with the blackness of space. Instead, it had a faint glow with a grayish-red or ashen-gray appearance. This ashen light resembled a phenomenon known as earth shine. It's when sunlight reflected by the earth faintly illuminates the night side of the moon. It seemed reasonable, therefore, to ascribe the ashen light to a similar cause, namely that sunlight reflected by a Venusian moon was faintly illuminating the night side of Venus. Only one slight problem: Venus doesn't have a moon. This meant the ashen light resembled earth shine in appearance only because there was nothing in proximity of Venus to reflect the sun. In the words of famed astronomer William Herschel, those regions that possibly shine by a borrowed light. A few decades later, another German astronomer, Franz von Gröthausen, proposed a rather creative solution to this mystery. The ashen light was the result of sweeping wildfires on the surface of Venus, deliberately ignited by its inhabitants. As absurd as that sounds, there were tantalizing similarities between Venus and Earth. The two planets were observed suns. Like the Earth, Venus had an atmosphere, a densely cloud-laden atmosphere which gave astronomers and science fiction authors alike free rein to speculate. A barren desert, a planet-wide ocean, a tropical rainforest. Anything was possible. It was in this context that Gröthausen made his proposal in 1836. He inhabited by humanoid species who would periodically light fires on the surface, the purpose of which was either to clear land, to commemorate a religious occasion, or to celebrate the coronation of a new Venusian emperor. Gröthausen did perhaps get a bit carried away, but he was far from the first to suggest that Venus was inhabited. Titans of astronomy like Christian Huygens were the first to envision all the planets, including Venus, to be teeming with life. And it took a long time for this romanticized image to fade. In 1916, this illustration appeared in American newspapers with the caption, "A remarkable drawing by Mr. Winsor McKay, illustrating the conditions on Venus as astronomical." Even well into the space age, we still find echoes of this Earth-like perception. In 1967, a Soviet spacecraft plunged into the clouds of Venus to attempt a landing on its surface. While the probe did not survive the descent, it was actually designed to float in case of a water landing. History is rife with stories much like this one, largely forgotten stories that once upon a time promised to end our cosmic solitude. Bygone visions of life asunder, long since quelled by newfound wonder. Venusian fire festivals were not the cause of the ashen light, but observations continued to be made. By the end of the 19th century, some 24 observations had been recorded. But some astronomers would dedicate years to the study of Venus without ever catching a glimpse of its elusive glow. Instead, they would often be greeted by these vague streaks and patches. They covered large portions of the planet and appeared to be features on the surface, lurking beneath the clouds. At least that was the opinion of American astronomer Percival Lowell. Far from the diffuse shadings reported by his peers, Lowell could discern a distinctive network of branching spokes. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. These spokes of Venus bore a striking resemblance to markings observed on both Mercury and Mars. The features on Mars were especially distinct and remarkably linear. Lowell had been somewhat unimpressed by the spokes on Venus, but he became nothing short of obsessed with lineae on Mars. There are celestial sights more dazzling, spectacles that inspire more awe, but to the thoughtful observer who is privileged to see them well, there is nothing in the sky so profoundly impressive as these canals of Mars. Owing to their striking linearity, Lowell could reach but one conclusion. The Martian canals must be the workings of an intelligence. He carefully laid out his arguments in 3 lengthy books filled with these intricate maps and illustrations. The Martian canals represented a vast irrigation network designed to carry melted ice water from the poles down to the equator. While many were understandably skeptical, the idea that Mars could be inhabited was an extremely compelling one, perhaps even more so than Venus. Legendary science fiction author H.G. Wells famously wrote The War of the Worlds, a fictional story about the Martian invasion of Earth, first published in 1897. But a decade later, Wells published a speculative non-fiction article titled The Things That Live on Mars. Inspired by Lowell's fanciful interpretations, Wells goes on to envision the habitat, society, and appearance of real Martians. To Wells and many others, the existence of Martians was not just possible, it was probable. Indeed, to some, it had already attained a veneer of truth. In 1891, the French Academy of Sciences was bequeathed a sum of 100,000 francs by a wealthy Parisian widow. The money was to be awarded to the first person who found the means of communicating with another planet, with the notable exception of Mars, implying that communicating with Martians would have been far too simple of a challenge. The reality of the Martian canals was difficult to ascertain as they resided at the very limits of perception. Telescopes were never quite good enough to conclusively prove nor disprove their existence. A book commissioned by NASA as late as 1965 stated that, although there's no unanimous opinion concerning the existence of the canals, most astronomers would probably agree that there are apparently linear markings on Mars. Indeed, maps of the Red Planet published by the US military that very same year featured sprawling networks of canals.
A towering Atlas Agena rocket is the launch vehicle that hurtles the Mariner into the heavens. Scientific apparatus on the Mariner will try to measure the density of the planet's atmosphere, and a television camera will seek to make photographs of its surface, giving man his first close-up look at Mars.
The American spacecraft Mariner 4 transmitted the first close-up photographs of the Martian surface in the summer of 1965. Despite the complete absence of any linear markings, scientists at NASA were unwilling to give up hope. Nothing positive concerning the existence or lack of canals can be concluded on the basis of the Mariner 4 photographs. Hesitation and dwindling hopes aside, the Martian canals had come to an end.
The canals, the cities, the Martians are all gone. Imaginative inventions, optical illusions.
As early as 1903, had an experiment found that students seen a few meters away from an illustration like this one could discern fine, straight lines where none existed. The experiment demonstrated that non-linear markings viewed from a distance could evoke a linear appearance. This sort of visual inference is even said to be apparent in certain photographs. I mean, look at this. Not only is there a clear correlation between this sketch and this photograph of Mars, but you can almost see these barely perceptible lines snaking across the plains. The spokes on Venus, meanwhile, bear a curious resemblance to the inside of an eye. It appears that Lowell constrained the aperture of his telescope to such an extreme that the blood vessels inside his eye began to cast shadows, some of which might have fallen onto Lowell's retina, creating the illusion of labyrinthine markings on distant walls. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. Whether it was optical illusions, indistinct shadings on the planets, turbulence in the atmosphere, technological limitations, or an untempered willingness to believe, these networks of lines were merely figments of the mind. There is something incredibly tragic about these old misconceptions. I mean, there was a time not so long ago when life beyond meant life right next door. There's still hope of finding less complex forms of life on a select few planets and moons, which is very exciting, but also a far cry from a tropical Venus or an Ecumenopolis on Mars. As our knowledge of the universe continues to expand, so too must our search for cosmic neighbors. By the mid-20th century, the Asian light had been observed by not dozens, but hundreds of observers, many of whom were as experienced as they were adamant of the phenomenon's existence. Despite this preponderance of eyewitness accounts, the lack of any empirical evidence attracted a fair amount of skepticism. In fact, the doubts have plagued this phenomenon since the very beginning. Italian astronomer Giovanni Riccioli is often recognized as the person who discovered the Asian light. In early 1643, Riccioli witnessed a band of colors enveloping the disk of Venus. The night side was tinted greenish-blue enclosed by a semicircle of light. Riccioli ascribed the vivid colors to light being refracted inside his telescope, an effect known as chromatic aberration. In other words, Riccioli thought the faint glow on Venus was an optical illusion. Okay, so quick aside, I managed to find an observation that to my knowledge has gone completely unnoticed and actually predates the one made by Riccioli. A German priest and scholar named Athanasius Kircher wrote in 1660 that he too had observed a band of colors on Venus. No date was given, but Kircher did provide a location, Palermo, Sicily. Based on historical records, Kircher paid his last and only visit to Palermo in the spring of 1638. So Kircher observed the Asian light 5 years before Riccioli and should thus be credited with its discovery. Okay, back to the video. Riccioli's doubts about the Asian light echoed through the centuries, and by the 1900s, it was not uncommon for sightings to be dismissed as a mere trick of the eye. Not only were observations infrequent and unpredictable, but they were often inconsistent. Brightness, color, and the extent to which the night side was illuminated could vary drastically between accounts. With no hard proof of its existence and a lack of concordance between those who had seen it, the Asian light appeared destined to join the ranks of myth and misconception. But in 1975, the Soviet spacecraft Venera 9 became the first to successfully orbit Venus. Diving into the shadow of this faded twin, it detected faint flashes of light emanating from the clouds below. Venus and Mars have historically been the two prime candidates for cosmic neighbors, but the other planets have not gone completely ignored. Scottish astronomer James Ferguson had few reservations about life in the solar system. When it came to Mercury, for instance, Ferguson thought that Mercurians simply possessed greater resilience to heat. It is very likely that the people on Mercury have the same opinion of us as we have of the inhabitants of Jupiter and Saturn, namely that we must be intolerably cold and have very little light at so great a distance from the sun. Inspired by Ferguson's optimism, William Herschel took it a step further. In 1795, Herschel confidently announced that the inside of the sun was home to an alien civilization. This might seem incredibly bizarre, but at the time it was not uncommon to view the sun as an enormous planet encased by a luminous atmosphere. Herschel expanded upon that idea by regarding sunspots as openings in this flaming shell that momentarily exposed the true surface underneath. This concealed surface was richly stored with inhabitants who were shielded against the immense heat by intermediate layers of clouds. We have great reason to look upon the sun as a most magnificent habitable globe. Apart from the planets and the sun, another bygone candidate for intelligent life is the moon. Using stunning contraptions of tubes, wires, and lenses, pioneering selenographer Johannes Evelius produced some of the earliest detailed maps of the lunar surface. Whereas you and I see a barren landscape devoid of life, Evelius espied upon the moon a near-perfect copy of Earth. Mountains and valleys, rivers and lakes, swamplands and woodlands, islands and capes. This vivid interpretation can be traced to an ancient belief that bright and dark patches delineate continents from oceans. In fact, this fallacy is still reflected in the nomenclature we use today. Dark places on the moon all have aquatic names, such as the Ocean of Storms. the Lake of Dreams, and the Sea of Tranquility.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Though water never filled these gloomy basins, it's not entirely inaccurate to call them ancient seabeds, for they are the volcanic scars left behind by vast oceans of molten rock, making the Lake of Death an especially apt name. While Hevelius never observed any creatures on the moon, its subjective resemblance to the Earth convinced him that lunarians must exist, a conviction still being upheld more than a century later by who else if not William Herschel. I hope and am convinced that sometime or other very evident signs of life will be discovered on the moon. It didn't take long for these very evident signs to make themselves apparent. I am almost convinced that those numberless small circuses we see on the moon are the works of lunarians and may be called their towns. Herschel nearly convinced himself that the created landscape of the moon had been engineered by its inhabitants. Craters or circuses were not the remnants of violent impact events, but skillfully constructed towns and cities. While Herschel obsessed over circular dwellings, astronomers like Franz von Goethesen espied habitats of all shapes and sizes. This star-like structure appears to be a kind of temple, and because of its star shape, perhaps it is dedicated in service to the stars. The circle in the south, the two highest mountains in the north, and the two hills in the southwest are natural objects, but it is highly probable that these embankments serve as the dwellings of sentient beings on the moon. In reality, Goethesen mistook some oddly shaped terrain for intelligent design. The increasingly speculative nature of these extraordinary claims culminated in a truly incredible sighting by John Herschel, the son of William Herschel. Whilst gazing upon a rock formation on the moon, we were thrilled with astonishment to perceive 4 successive flocks of large winged creatures. They were like human beings. Their wings possessed great expansion and were similar in structure to those of the bats. The moon was evidently home to a species of walking and flying man-bats. This was a truly profound, if not bemusing discovery, not just for the world, but also for John Herschel, because upon being inquired about this remarkable find, John responded with confusion. He had no knowledge of any man-bats on the moon. It turns out the story had been fabricated by an American journalist named Richard Locke. Locke had sought to lampoon the often frivolous debate about life in other worlds, perpetuated by the likes of William Herschel and Franz von Goethesen. Instead, the great moon hoax of 1835 convinced thousands around the world that the moon was inhabited by bat-like humanoids, unicorned bison, bipedal beavers, as well as, well, storks and goats. There's also this image of a man-bat that sat flat upon the back of a fellow man-bat televacked by a pack of man-bats. As to why this guy is copying a whiff, history has declined to answer. As time went on and telescopes improved, it became increasingly difficult to argue in favor of the moon's habitability. With no apparent atmosphere, this dry and barren wasteland seemed an improbable abode for life as we know it. But by the mid-19th century, the life debate had been resurrected by a new hypothesis about the shape of the moon. The argument was that gravitational forces had stretched the moon into the shape of an egg. This uneven distribution of mass meant that any atmosphere or fluids would have coalesced on whichever side was closer to the center of gravity. If that happened to be the far side of the moon, an argument could be made for its habitability. As one author put it, though the near hemisphere is a lifeless desert, having neither water nor air to sustain life, the hidden hemisphere may have a teeming population. Among the proponents of this radical hypothesis was none other than John Herschel. An egg shape would fully account for the total absence both of air and of water on the side of the moon turned towards us, and would be quite compatible with the abundant existence of both and of a habitable hemisphere on the opposite side. Had history played out differently, perhaps we'd be dealing with egg mooners instead of flat earthers at this point. No, but that's lunacy, okay. While skeptics made quick work of the egg-shaped moon hypothesis, far-side inhabitants could not be so easily dismissed. After all, the far side of the moon is unseeable from Earth, and thus ripe for speculation.
So then I subjected them to a spectrographic analysis. It's dust. A great amount of radioactive dust.
Larry, what you're saying is that somehow, for some reason, the moon has been encircled by a ring of highly radioactive dust?
Something's going on the other side of the moon, the invisible side. Something that we ought to know about.
By placing aliens on the far side of the moon, early science fiction authors were able to skirt the line of plausibility. If aliens wanted to conceal their presence and perhaps observe humanity from a distance, this cosmic blind spot was the perfect hiding place. At least that was the opinion of famed American astronomer Carl Sagan. It is not out of the question that artifacts or even some kind of base is maintained within the solar system. Because of weathering and the possibility of detection, it might have appeared preferable not to erect such a base on Earth. The moon seems one reasonable alternative site for a base. Humanity got its first glimpse of the far side of the moon in late 1959, when the Soviet spacecraft Luna 3 relayed these images back to mission control. Subsequent missions improved upon the quality, but alas, revealed nothing but more moon. But this idea of concealment lingers to this day. Many are still holding out hope that somewhere in the solar system, the ruins or technology of some unknown intelligence lie waiting to be found. In 1988, the Soviet Union launched a probe known as Phobos 2. As the name implies, part of its mission was to investigate the Martian moon, Phobos. The probe arrived at Phobos without any major complications, and in late March of 1989 began preparations to plant 2 instruments onto its surface. But then, contact with Phobos 2 was lost. In the weeks and months that followed, rumors began to circulate. Puzzling features and shadows were said to be visible on some of the final images transmitted by Phobos 2, the nature and origin of which supposedly defied explanation. Through various articles, conferences, and television programs, these images were gradually unveiled to the public. They appear to depict an unidentified craft in orbit around Mars. It was said to be an alien spaceship that had attacked and disabled Phobos 2. Not only that, but it cast an enormous elliptical shadow upon the surface of Mars.
Но эта тень появилась действительно неожиданно, и что это такое, мы сразу не поняли. И, наверное, не очень хорошо обратили на это внимание, потому что дальше она опять, увидите, продолжается в виде полосы такой.
То есть это не предмет, висящий над поверхностью, а это, видимо, тень все-таки на поверхности планеты?
Наверное. Потому что, то есть это не полностью перекрывается, так сказать, сигнал от поверхности Марса.
Это похоже на ракету, взлетающую с поверхности Марса, и после которой еще остается инверсионный след. Как вы к этому относитесь?
Но если дать волю фантазии, то, конечно, можно найти и такие объяснения. Но мы склонны видеть совершенно реальные, хотя, может быть, еще до конца не объясненные обстоятельства, которые породили вот такой вот след. Скорее всего, это все-таки тень от какого-то объекта на поверхности, потому что сквозь тень просвечиваются элементы поверхности.
The mystery persisted for about a decade or two until the raw data from the Phobos 2 mission became readily accessible. The unidentified craft looked an awful lot like an overexposed transmission artifact. In fact, all the infrared images featured the same white streak. Meanwhile, the elliptical shadow belonged to Phobos. Its elongated shape was due to multiple scans or photographs being taken in sequence before assembling the final image. Stories like the Phobos incident have become rather par for the course. Some initial event or discovery leaves an information vacuum which is immediately filled by fantastical speculation. A printing artifact becomes a tower on the moon. The happenstance of light and shadow begets a human face on Mars. And these prominent boulders on both Mars and Phobos conjure images of a certain Stanley Kubrick film. More recently, a Chinese rover on the moon captured this image of what some described as a hut. Upon closer inspection, everyone was absolutely gobsmacked when the hut was exposed as a rock. Whether you're an amateur or professional, have no experience or decades worth, you're never quite immune to this kind of self-deception. When you want something to be true, it can be deceptively easy to convince yourself that it is. Remember that prize money, the 100,000 francs, offered to anyone who discovered a means of communicating with another planet, excluding Mars. Well, in 1937, there was a claim on that prize. The claimant was none other than world-renowned inventor Nikola Tesla. In 1899, Tesla had been experimenting with wireless radio communication. During some of those experiments, he picked up some rather odd transmissions. Although I could not decipher their meaning, the feeling is constantly growing in me that I have been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. A purpose was behind these electrical signals. Tesla described the signals as a repeating sequence of either 3 or 4 pulses. Decades later, Tesla was still convinced that he'd received an interplanetary message and had even deduced its origin. The signals consisted in a regular repetition of numbers, and subsequent study convinced me that they must have emanated from Mars. I believe the Martians used numbers for communication because numbers are universal. Then, in 1937, Tesla announced his plans to unveil a new technology capable of not just interplanetary but interstellar communication. With such impressive technology at hand, Tesla felt confident that he'd soon be awarded the 100,000 francs. I intend to claim the Pierre Gussman Prize. I am just as sure the prize will be awarded to me as if I already had it in my pocket. They have got to do it. They didn't do it. The prize was instead awarded to the crew of Apollo 11 in 1969. As for the alleged message from Mars, well, we don't really know. While Earth was much quieter back in 1899, it was still far from radio silent. Who knows? Perhaps it was nothing but the rumbling noise of a distant thunderstorm. Upon sailing into the shadow of Venus in 1975, Venera 9 detected faint flashes of light. The emissions were broadly consistent with lightning, but it's a matter of interpretation. Data gathered by subsequent missions are likewise consistent with Venusian thunderstorms, yet fall short of any conclusive evidence. Presuming that lightning does occur on Venus, could it explain the ashen light? Well, it's been estimated that the night side of Venus would need to maintain a rate of some 1,000 lightning strikes per second to yield a glow that's visible from Earth. That's more than 20 times the mean rate on Earth, and would likely been observed a long time ago. In the blunt words of another paper, lightning is not acceptable as an explanation for the ashen light. But in certain parts of the world, there is another striking phenomenon illuminating the night sky. These vibrant curtains of light are the result of charged particles ejected by the sun colliding with the Earth's magnetic field. Could something akin to the Northern Lights be responsible for the ashen light? Aurorae have indeed been observed on planets like Jupiter and Saturn, so it might seem like an obvious solution. What makes it not so obvious is that the magnetic field around Venus is virtually non-existent. It is extremely weak and transient and is generated by a completely different process than here on Earth. In spite of this, when caught in the path of a solar storm, Venus has in recent years been observed to glow. The underlying mechanism of this glow is still poorly understood, but there is an apparent link between solar activity and diffused emissions of light on the night side of Venus. Not only that, but there is a weak correlation between solar activity and ashen light observations. According to author John Barentine, who's written the definitive book on the subject, the data are inconclusive, but there are hints in this figure that something is indeed up. The apparent spike in the number of ashen light sightings in the 1950s correlates with one of the strongest solar maxima of the past 250 years. While all of this sounds quite promising, it's a bit too early to celebrate. Nothing conclusive has been found, and despite many attempts to do so, the ashen light has never been recorded on camera. Until that happens, this nearly 400-year-old mystery remains in limbo. Should it be ascribed to the atmosphere of Venus or the mind of the observer? Perhaps we should have listened to Giovanni Riccioli from the very beginning. Perhaps it is nothing more than a convincing illusion. The search for cosmic neighbors continues. Many scientists now believe that both Venus and Mars used to resemble Earth in the distant past. Perhaps a relict biosphere or the remnants of a once teeming population can still be found in Venusian clouds or Martian soil. There's mounting evidence that the Jovian moons Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, along with Enceladus and Titan of Saturn, all host a vast subglacial ocean. Could resilient microbes or even larger organisms have found a way to thrive beneath the frozen crusts? Who knows, an apparent hut on the moon or a monolith on Mars might one day match our most outlandish expectations. Even if Earth should prove the sole harbor of life within the solar system, every dot in the night sky has the potential to host another. And with the launch of the James Webb Telescope, there's no telling what secrets are about to be unveiled. Always remember that if at first you don't understand, it's definitely aliens.
There's me. From Software's game design changed everything. The whole thing.
From Software's game design has had an undeniable and profound effect on not only the gaming industry, but the industry of Jacobs, people named Jacobs, such as myself. With the massive success of Elden Ring, From Software has further established that a merciless, uncompromising, gameplay-first design philosophy with little hand-holding or assistance can also still be a massive success that millions of people will connect with.
Bro, I saw a 5 on that screen. I saw a 10. I said, who the fuck gave this game a 5? But I realized it was 5 out of 5. Please show the kid. Please show him.
Absolutely adore. I am certainly one of those millions. And while typically brilliant, I also believe that From Software's games are unfortunately far from perfect.
Yeah.
And Elden Ring
it's true. That specific boss was such a piece of shit. Royal Ratatory, you have to kill the 4 rats and then he comes down. Holy fuck, what a terrible boss.
Sadly no exception. And I want to talk about it. But first, I must warn you that I will be spoiling the absolute Moonlight Greatsword out of all of these games, so if you haven't experienced them for yourself, particularly Elden Ring, I strongly suggest you hit pause on this video and go savor that experience first and come back in about 200 hours because it is quite possibly the greatest experience I have had.
Is that how much time you put in?
200 hours.
Oh shit, yo, this guy, oh wow.
Because it is quite possibly the greatest experience I have had playing a video game in my 28 years of holding a player
Elden Ring, top 10 greatest video games of all time. It's not even a question.
Mad Catz controller that isn't actually plugged in. Regardless, I believe it is no exaggeration to say that in the world of video games, From Software has truly changed everything. Demon's Souls was released in 2009 for the PlayStation 3 and was nothing like other big games coming out at the time, especially in 2009. In a year where games were becoming more and more cinematic and accessible and forgiving to a casual audience, Demon's Souls crawled out of a wet crypt and said, "I will kill you." Demon's Souls
was a fucking joke game. It was super easy. What, I died once on Flameworker and that was it? Like, that shit was a joke. The reason why it was good is because people don't want to sit around and watch a shittily fucking written movie whenever they want to play a video game. Like, yeah, we'll sit through it for Final Fantasy 16 because it's Final Fantasy 16, but I don't want to do this as a regular thing.
Like all the Souls games that came after it, is a very challenging and unforgiving video game. A difficulty that fans of the series often lovingly refer to as hard but fair.
Yep. Except for them. Except then
So
they grab you.
let's maybe settle on hard but mostly fair. After joining FromSoft in 2004 and working as a coder on the Armored Core series, Hidetaka Miyazaki took over as director on a struggling high fantasy project that was running into some serious issues during development. Because the project was already seen as a failure inside the studio, Miyazaki was basically like, I'm gonna take this thing and I'm gonna take it out back to the garage. I'm gonna do some stuff to it. Inspired by FromSoft's own Kingsfield series, Miyazaki wanted to make a dark fantasy gameplay-driven experience in collaboration with Sony Japan Studio. A challenging but rewarding experience that took gaming back to its basics, something he felt was dying out at the time. During development,
I remember those games. You know, I've never actually beaten a Castlevania game. I want to go back and play all of them. Because I love the aesthetic of Castlevania. I've never beaten one.
Miyazaki actually tried to keep the harsh difficulty aspect on the low from publisher Sony, fearing that they might want to change it for being a bit too extreme, much like a BMX riding video game that sucked. Breaking down the basic gameplay of Demon's Souls will effectively break down the basic gameplay for all of the Souls games that followed, because the very core design pillars have gone largely unchanged. It starts with a character creator that, before you say anything, I know, it gets better with time, that lets you pick a
I think it's really good. Like, for a 2009 character creator, that's decent, man.
starting class, dictating your capabilities with different weapons or magic. A third-person lock-on camera system for combat that improves on the Z targeting system that Ocarina of Time introduced back in 0098, that you can control the camera and attack people at the same time, which was kind of a breakthrough in and of itself. Animation-based combat that requires you to commit to each action and wait until the animation finishes before you can do something else, along with managing how that action affects your stamina bar, or in the case of casting spells, your magic bar. But I didn't raise you to cast no spells. This is a Claymore household just like my father and his father before him. A dodge roll.
I really hate how people act like magic is the way that smart people play these games, because I've never seen a person more fucking brain dead than the people that play Magic in From Software games. Because every game that they have that has magic is completely fucking unbalanced. There's like 3 spells that one-shot bosses. You don't even need to be alive. And then some, like, I mean, personally, like, not in game. You have to be alive in game. But I mean, you could be dead in real life, and all you have to do is hit one key and the boss dies.
Contains invincibility frames, or iframes, meaning that if you time your dodge right, nothing can possibly hurt you, similar to action games like Devil May Cry. Corpse running, where if you die, you drop all the currency you've racked up from killing enemies, and you gotta make it back to that spot without dying, otherwise you lose it forever. Passive and non-passive online interaction, where other players can leave helpful tips, or whatever the opposite of a helpful tip is, along with summoning or being summoned as a random cooperator to help, or invasions to either kill or be killed. And you know, the gameplay of each individual Souls game obviously goes a lot deeper than that, with different complex systems and healing items and stupid convoluted bullshit like world tendency that you need a fucking master.
Yeah, that's why they never did that again. And I think they even changed world tendency in the remake for the PS5. So yeah, obviously they got rid of it because it was stupid, but I think really one of the reasons why I like Dark Souls games and the From Software games is because I don't have to sit through a bunch of fucking menus, cutscenes, and bullshit. Like, I want to play a game. Like, whenever I load up Super Mario World, There's like that thing where everybody's there and there's like a few guys jumping around. They're like, Mario, Mario, you've got to save the world. And then you go save the world. And it takes like 5 minutes. Like, you don't have to go through 6 levels of backstories of some fucking person's writing. Oh, this is like the
Yeah,
whole...
your girl cock is
like,
huge.
What is, oh,
That's
God,
really fucking
bro,
hot.
Where's
Oh
the
my
boss? Where's the boss?
gosh.
Is he over there? No. Fuck, there's a cutscene. Oh, shit. Fuck, another one. Oh, God, it's a loading screen for another cutscene. Oh, shit. Right, it's about the gameplay. I love the gameplay games. That's why, like, for example, what was the game I recently played? Is it, like, any game that has almost no dialogue and is just gameplay? I'm having fun. Now, I'm not saying, I loved Final Fantasy 16. It was great. Halls of Torment, yeah, there's no bullshit. It's like Halls of Torment. You start the game, all right, there's the door. Well, what are you waiting for? Go through the door. And that's it. There's not some 7 years ago, there was the invasion of the skeletons, and that is whenever the king, well, you have to understand the king's father. Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Easy to understand, but the challenging and methodical combat system,
Oh,
that
bro,
has always
fuck these mobs.
been the beating heart of all of these games. A heart that's married to another heart. Exploration. You know how in my Rockstar's game design video, I really harp on how those games constantly berate you with hyper-specific instructions and yellow map markers and assume you have the IQ of a tiny baby rat? Yeah, the Souls.
I mean, they're made for a large audience.
Souls games do like the exact polar opposite. The tiny baby rat is now actually a boss, and you have no idea what the fuck is going on. And what makes exploration so compelling in Demon Souls, and really all Souls games, is that it is true exploration that really makes you feel like
you don't
Batman.
have an overmap.
It really makes you feel like an explorer. There is no detailed map that you can rely on and consult. Only your own sense of direction and understanding of a space. This, along with a strong challenge and an actual fear of having something to lose with the corpse running system, makes discoveries and victories feel that much more meaningful and rewarding. Because you really feel like you, the player, actually charted and conquered a space and overcame a significant challenge instead of just watching.
Well, they give the player agency over their own outcomes, because whenever victory is guaranteed, victory isn't earned. So you don't really feel good for just follow the yellow dot. Okay, and I'm here, all right. Okay, so that's... Okay, I did it, wow. Congratulations, you beat the game.
Watching fucking Wally do it in a cutscene. The Souls games have very few cutscenes or long, unskippable passages of dialogue by NPCs or RPG conversation trees where your choice actually doesn't really matter. Instead, the story is discovered and slowly unraveled by the player through observing their environment and reading item descriptions and inevitably watching Vati videos.
You know, it reminds me, remember whenever I thought that we were going to get DLC for Demon Souls? For the PS5. Remember whenever I thought that? Yeah, those were the good days, man. Those were the good days.
Videos because I don't understand any of this. So you're saying the rat was like a king at some point, or? I appreciate Miyazaki's approach to storytelling though, because it's very unique to the medium of video games, and was actually inspired by his real-life experience of reading English language sci-fi and fantasy books as a kid that he couldn't fully understand but would fill in the gaps using his imagination. The story is so much more about the general mood and atmosphere and feeling of exploring a place rather than scripted plot points or set pieces. The innovative online elements of summoning random strangers to help you out was actually inspired by Miyazaki's real life as well, where after his car was trapped in snow on a hill, a random group of strangers showed up and helped push the car out of the snow and then mysteriously drifted off into the night like ghosts drifting in and out of his world at a...
Well, spontaneous and serendipitous interactions are what people remember. Because if something is programmed to occur and you know it's going to occur, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't feel good. Because sometimes you'll have like invaders that do crazy things. Sometimes you'll have Malcolm Reynolds who gets into your game, and you actually have to restart the whole game because you picked up one of his corrupted file things and he probably logged your IP address. Sometimes you'll have, you know, a guy who's even dumber than you are and you can kill him. Like, everything is exciting because you don't know what's going to happen, and it's truly random. I think it's kind of, like, Elden Ring had a very... I still don't know if it was the right decision to... Can't you... I'm pretty sure you're not able to, by default, invade players unless they have another player with them. Unless that player opts into being solo invaded. I'm trying... it was a long time ago, so I don't really remember correct. Yes. Like, I don't know if that was the right decision or not. I don't know. I still have to think about it. I kind of... Like, I understand it. But maybe they should have changed it later on. You have to enable through an item. PP, yeah, and it's like, yeah.
Frame pace 30 frames per second.
Yeah,
These games
overall,
also
that's
have
what's
some
so cool
technical
about it.
issues. Demon's Souls was not an immediate success. Sony decided to not publish it in North America after feeling pretty negatively about it before its release. During the Tokyo Game Show in 2008, Sony president Shuei Yoshida played it for 2 hours, couldn't get past the starting area, and then stopped playing and said, "This is an unbelievably bad video game." This is the...
No way, is that true? That's gotta be bullshit, right? It's true? No way! What the fuck? Oh my god! That just makes me appreciate the, you know, the Devil May Cry guy from Final Fantasy 16 team, where it's like, I remember I didn't know, like, oh, how's this guy, like, okay, the developer's gonna play the boss, oh, what the fuck is this gonna be? And then immediately the first attack, he perfect parries it, and it's like, oh, okay, never mind, yeah, he made this game.
Same guy that years later would platinum Bloodborne, and that game is way harder. So spoiler alert, From Software changed everything. The titular line. It wasn't until later in 2009 when Atlas would publish the game in North America that sales would slowly start to pick up and critics would start to take notice. Western audiences generally loved it because apparently we're all sick, masochistic bastards, and GameSpot even gave it their Game of the Year, the same year that Uncharted 2 and Modern Warfare 2 came out. But along with established...
I always say, like, I think Demon's Souls, it's a great game, but I feel like too many of the bosses were experimental. Like, I didn't think it was a super insanely great game. It was just like a very solid, good game. That's it.
The core pillars of what a Souls game would be, it's important to talk about just how brave Miyazaki from Software and the Sony Japan studio were for making such a different kind of game. Demon's Souls was a huge risk, an imperfect, weird, brutal passion project that was expected by everyone to flop, but refused to compromise.
Yes, fans spent like hours there, bro. That shit was so funny. I remember he banned like 50 people. I was laughing my ass off watching that stream.
On its design goals and eventually found an audience that really connected with it. And 2 console generations later, an extremely faithful remake was published by Sony as a launch title for the PlayStation 5.
I'll say again, I played the remake on release, and also in the remake you can get the Penetrator's armor. It's a change. The remake was so good that it completely changed my outlook on if remakes are good for games or not. I thought it was insanely good.
There you have it. That's it. That's the end. It's the only game they ever made.
Yep. Oh, this one came out on the PS2.
I love Dark Souls, but I also hated Dark Souls.
Yeah.
My brother Isaac had played Dark Souls sometime after its release in 2011 and had repeatedly told me to play it. I eventually finally tried it, got past the tutorial section after a lot of struggling, made it to Firelink Shrine, wandered the wrong way into a graveyard full of skeletons, as I know a lot of people did. That graveyard eventually became a dark tunnel of skeletons that killed me a bunch of times, and then I promptly said F this game and stopped playing. I can't remember for what...
Yeah, I could see that. That makes a lot of sense, definitely. Yep, went the wrong way. Understandable.
Exact reason, but a year or 2 later, I tried the game again, probably because of my brother's insistence once again, the bastard he is, and it was different. This time it stuck. Not only did it stick, but it seriously changed my life. I know that sounds super...
I've had games like that too, where like I play them like just a little bit and I fucking hate them, and then I come back way later on and I play them more and I actually appreciate them a lot. An exception to that was Dark Souls 2. I originally played it and I hated it, and then I came back and I played the entire thing and I hated it even more whenever I finished it. Sekiro was like that for me.
Dramatic, but like it completely changed the way I look at video games and why I like to play them, and made me want to talk about them more and examine them. And it absolutely ruined most other video games for me, because
that's one fact for me. It's like after I see how fair that these games are, whenever another game hits me by something that I'm not in, oh, I'm pissed. I'm so fucking mad because it's like I was out of this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, how am I getting hit by this? This is bullshit.
Once I finished it, nothing could fill the giant rat boss size hole in my heart. Now, if I were to go into all of the reasons why Dark Souls is so significant in gaming history, we would be here all day and my editor would absolutely hate that.
I am going to kill you.
But on my road to eventually talking about Elden Ring, I do need to touch on 3 crucial aspects that vastly improved on Demon Souls game design. Super Exploration DX Turbo Edition with f***les. Estus Flask, I hardly know her, as best as—
Bro, that grass shit? That's so fucking dumb, bro. Like, I hated that stupid ass grass.
As I can.
Souls.
And atmosphere, you've been seen. I feel you inside my screen. I also didn't like that. What I mean by Super Exploration DX Turbo Edition with f***les is that Dark Souls fundamentally changed how level design and world design worked within this gameplay formula that Demon Souls established. While Demon Holes over here had a hub world that let you freely fast travel to different zones of varying locales and difficulty levels, Dark Souls over here took a lot of its zones and stacked them on top of each other like a stack of pancakes.
I've had an unpopular take that a lot of people disagree with, but I think that Dark Souls 1 is pretty much an open world game. Pretty much it is. And that's because of how interconnected and well designed the map is.
Pancakes, and made sure that even if some pancakes have chocolate chips or some pancakes have bananas, that they all seamlessly flow into each other and make sense as one cohesive world in this beautiful interconnected short stack of pancakes. Blight Town is like a pancake made out of pigeons. During the first half of the game, you have no fast travel, and all of the areas are connected in multiple complex ways like a maze. So there's this palpable sense of danger and tension that slowly rises as you venture deeper and deeper into this beautiful, mysterious world that is very—
Well, and it's also like, the dying, you have to go all the way back. That's also the issue. Is that it's like you didn't want to die, not only because you die, but also because then you have to go all the way back, and you might not have, like, this is whenever you first start playing the game, so like you don't have a lot of resources.
very clearly inspired by Berserk, which is amazing. That tension is brilliantly paired with the new addition of bonfires. Resting points that let you catch your breath for a second and spend your hard-earned currency from fighting enemies and bosses on leveling up your stat points and refilling your much-needed Estus Flask. I am of the pretty firm opinion that the healing mechanics found in Demon Souls and Bloodborne and kind of Dark Souls 2 are vastly inferior to the standard Estus Flask system found in the other Souls games.
I completely fucking agree. I don't think that they have made a single nice weapon choice, by the way. I don't think that they have made a single, like, the blood vials was garbage, the fucking life gems were garbage, and the grass was garbage. That's it. Blood vial farming sucked. Well, it simultaneously sucked and didn't suck. Because whenever you were bad at the game, it sucked. But whenever you got better, because the price of blood vials was the same. It was like 200 or 400 per vial or something like that. So at the very beginning, like, you know, the one, like, the way that I remember farming them is like you would kill like those two big guys, then like reset over and over to get 20. But like later on in the game, you just always have 20. It's never a big deal because you have so many runes.
Estus has a specific amount of healing charges that you can increase throughout the course of the game, and the only way to refill your charges is by resting at a bonfire, which also respawns all enemies in the area. Not only does this provide an extra incentive to seek out and discover bonfires and push on while exploring, but it solves the dumbass problem those other games have where your healing items are a finite currency that you can run out of. Meaning that if you're struggling with the game and you keep dying, and you will likely have to halt progression just to go grind mobs of weaker enemies for healing items or currency that you can then spend on healing items and not leveling up, which feels so unnecessarily punishing in a game.
I completely agree. I've always really hated punishment mechanics, like insult to injury mechanics. You're having a bad day, and then the game decides to piss on you a little bit more.
Where enemies do this to you. With the Estus, you at least know that for the next bit you have a guaranteed specific amount of heals, and much like a survival horror game, the goal is to get to the next area using as little Estus as best as you can. I think one of the greatest single improvements over Demon Holes over here is the atmosphere. I will never forget how it felt to get lost in this world. Struggling my
Boletaria versus fucking like what was it? Lordran. I feel like the Dark Souls aesthetic is better. Yeah, I would say so. Definitely.
Ass off through Undead Burg and Undead Parish, and finally being rewarded by finding that shortcut back to Firelink Shrine and hearing that comforting music creep in. That seriously changed the trajectory of my firstborn son's life. He's getting into brown now. Journeying all the way down to...
I also think that, by the way, like Dark Souls, the first half of Dark Souls 1 is one of the greatest gaming experiences of all time. The second half is good. That's about it.
First the depths, and then Blight Town, and then finding the entrance that's a secret to the Great Hollow, and making my way down that, and finally ending up at Ash Lake gave me a feeling that I will forever cherish. The inability to easily fast travel back up to Firelink Shrine after I journeyed all the way down there simultaneously had me terrified and also in complete awe of the vertical scope of this world. And there's so much of this game that you can just completely miss. From Software doesn't care if every player sees all of the content that they made for this game, and that makes finding the stuff that you do find feel that much more special and memorable.
Well, I remember like in Elden Ring, it's like, so yeah, there's this one area, and so if you hit a wall, there's like a treasure chest behind the wall. But if you jump over the treasure chest and you hit another wall, there's another invisible wall, and behind that invisible wall, there's a third invisible wall. And if you break through all 3 of these invisible walls, there's like a whole new zone with like 5 bosses and like 6 quest lines and like all this other stuff. And so like you might miss it.
It's just all smoke and mirrors and code and textures, but the illusion that From Software sells here is a powerful one. Except for some clearly unfinished areas towards the end of the game, but those don't exist. You made Lost Izalith up. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. Unlike
I wish that they, like, I don't think we've had a mod so far for Dark Souls 1 that's really redone Lost Izalith in a way that I think is true to form.
Demon Souls, Dark Souls was a pretty instant success. Critics loved it, and the game reached a much larger audience right off the bat, thanks to Bandai Namco publishing it all over the world on PS3 and Xbox 360 and PC, with one of the most janky PC ports to ever exist. Shout out Games for Windows Live, RIP. This also annoyingly led to so many industry heads resorting to the phrases, "It's like Dark Souls," or "This is the Dark Souls of blank," when in reality, all they're trying to say is that it's hard. Going to Arby's is like the Dark Souls of going to Carl's Jr.
That's actually true. You ever get your change back from Arby's and it's the right amount? Y'all ever have that happen? I haven't.
Hollow Knight is very clearly inspired by From Software's approach, and that game is undoubtedly the greatest Metroidvania ever made. I fucking love Hollow Knight, primarily because it perfected a design aspect from Dark Souls 1 that From Software themselves kind of started to abandon with subsequent Souls games. Non-linear exploration.
Shut up already! Jesus, that guy loves to talk. Hi, I'm Jakey, and Jakey, attorneys at law. Here at Jakey, and Jakey, we have a lot of expenses. And a lot of those expenses are monthly subscriptions that we totally forget we're even paying for. Well, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. This personal finance app allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings all in one place. We personally...
I can't believe people need this shit, but they do. I didn't even know this was a thing, but apparently people sign up for shit, and they don't even realize that they've signed up for it. And they're paying out $55 a month to a subscription to MapleStory. That like one time they got drunk in 2017 and signed up for.
Use it to identify and securely cancel recurring charges or unwanted subscriptions, all with the simple tap of a finger, which is a godsend for the social anxiety of having to actually call people on the phone to cancel stuff. What is this, fucking 1882? Columbus sailed the oceans 11? We also use it to track our monthly spending and set budgets. Rocket Money notifies us if we exceed that budget, along with showing our spend to earn ratio every month, quarter, or year. Also, if you're like us and gonna turn 29 this year, maybe you're starting to pay a little bit more attention to your credit score. Well, Rocket Money alerts you of important changes to your score and also offers you insight.
I don't even know. I don't even think I have a credit score. Yeah, I've never had a credit. I've never bought anything on credit ever. You do? Okay, well then it's 0.
On ways you could improve your score as well. To save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money.
Yeah,
We've got the hookup.
Yeah,
Go to rocketmoney.com/NakeyJakey or click the link in the description to get started for free or unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/NakeyJakey to get started for free. Get your money right! Alright, now let's get on back to Naked Jake in the curious case of the floating rake. this guy never even...
I don't have a mortgage. I don't have any loans at all. I don't have a credit card. I don't have a car under my name. I don't have a mortgage. I don't have any of that. Mobile bill? I do have to pay a mobile bill.
Digimon World 2, that's a real Souls game. I'm out of here.
Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3 all have much more straightforward progression paths than the first half of Dark Souls 1. And while a lot of areas in these games are technically connected and sometimes offer alternate paths, the general world design is far less interesting from an exploration point of view.
I do think that Dark Souls 1, especially, again, the first half of Dark Souls 1 is better than any before and any after in terms of exploration and open-ended gameplay. I do think it's the best.
That these games are bad. All of these games probably each deserve their own 40-minute feature presentation breaking them down, but for the sake of what I want to get into today, I'm just going to give you the Spark Notes version. Dark Souls 2 dropped in 2014 and was received well and sold well. It further grew the Souls game community and deepened combat systems while adding stuff like power stances. Miyazaki didn't direct this one, and it does show. The atmosphere of each zone feels a bit random and unconnected from the overall world, but the boss fights and DLCs are great, and the game enjoyed a large online community.
It's not good, bro. That's the word. Like, how does everybody simp for this fucking boss fight? Like, am I the only person that, like, whenever I see this fuck, like, where the fuck is this sword, and how do I know that I'm avoiding it? What the fuck is this? Like, are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. They need to remake this game. I think that Dark Souls 2 can be really good because it has, like, that sense of... It's, like, the most... There's, like, a certain level of, like... It's compelling in a way. I don't know what it is about it, but it's thematic. Yeah, it is charm. Yeah, I wish they would remake the game and actually make it good.
A large online community for shit like PvP. Bloodborne was developed alongside Dark Souls 2 and was released exclusively for the PS4 in 2015. And I used money.
Still like that. Isn't that funny? It's so funny. Yeah.
From a car accident to buy a PS4 in Bloodborne instead of paying my rent, and contrary to what my financial advisors might be saying, and Logan Roy looking ass, I'd say it was a wise investment. Directed by Miyazaki, Bloodborne felt like the true follow-up to Dark Souls 1. At least for people like me that just want to swing a big sword and fucking parry everything. Bye-bye magic, go back to fucking Waverly Place. Faster combat that rewards aggressive play, intricate and varied weapon movesets, an atmosphere that just drips out of your TV with such dedicated attention to detail and
Well, I think that like a big thing is like there were a lot of new combat mechanics in Bloodborne. Like I think that you played Bloodborne very differently than you played Dark Souls, and I like that.
Talent in the art design department and rats. Dark Souls 3 dropped in 2016, and by this point the Souls series was popping and beloved by many people. Directed once again by Miyazaki, DS3 did everything right on paper. It kept some of the faster paced combat and fucked up enemy designs and boss transformations from Bloodborne, while also returning an expansive armory of weapons and magic, lending to a buttload of different kinds of builds. It has a large amount of fan service and callbacks to Dark Souls 1 and some of the hardest bosses in the Souls game yet. It also just feels really, really good to play and looks beautiful. But also, something about this formula was starting to feel just a little bit stale. Don't get me wrong, playing through Dark Souls 3, especially doing co-op boss.
I think Dark Souls 3 is a better game than Dark Souls 1. But I think that Dark Souls 1 is my favorite of the three. Like, there's something about Dark Souls 1 that just had a little bit more texture to it that made me enjoy it more. But I would say that if you compare them, like, all things considered, I feel like they're kind of equivalent.
Fights with my brother is some of the most fun I've had in any of these games. But that strong sense of exploration felt in Dark Souls.
Like, let me give you guys make sure you guys understand. Thinking that Dark Souls 1 is the best in the series is good. Thinking that Dark Souls 3 is the best in the series is also good. Thinking that Dark Souls 2 is the best in the series, that's a wrong opinion in
one, that feeling of charting your way through a mysterious and dangerous world. I longed for that. The Dark Souls series had completely shaken the game industry and clearly inspired other developers to change how their games were designed and played. But playing Dark Souls 3 felt a bit like listening to From Software's greatest hits versus hearing the band's new album that would maybe take them someplace new. Little did I
actually don't agree with that. I actually think that Dark Souls 3, yes, it did have a callback to the Asylum Demon. That's definitely true. But it also, I mean, keep in mind, the Asylum Demon was a callback to the Demon Vanguard, which was the first boss in the Demon Souls cutscene, or the Demon Souls, prelude, right? And then you encounter it later on as you're going towards the Adjudicator. And then later in the series, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the Erd Tree Sentinels, or not, the Erd Tree Guardians, the big tree guys that do the thing, those are Asylum Demons. Yeah, the avatars. Yeah, there you go. That's what they're called, avatars. Yeah, they're the same thing. I think that, yes, they did have some greatest hits callbacks, but I never felt like it was overbearing to the extent that it was, like, weird. And I think that some of the callbacks that they had, right? Because, like, the Nameless King is supposed to be, like, Gwen's firstborn son, and it's like there's like a whole lore behind that. A lot of the callbacks to Dark Souls 1 are way more esoteric. Like, these are things that are, you're not even gonna know this unless you watch a 40-minute video about it. So I think that, yes, of course they reuse some NPCs and some bosses, but I think you can apply all of that to Elden Ring too, and I don't think that it took away from the game at all.
I know From Software was in the studio working on their In Rainbows, as in the album In Rainbows by Radiohead, as in Radiohead's best album, as in Elden Ring.
Oh shit. It's so weird.
Some of you might be wondering,
like, when did I
Jacob Matthew, why did it take you...
When did I watch that? Like 2018 or something like that? 2019? And then finally, it was so crazy to think Elden Ring came out 3 years later.
So long to make a video on Elden Ring. and I have two answers for you. A, last year I was very busy working on an album called Rom-Com. Shout out jakeymerch.com. And B, this game is just too damn big and felt too daunting to dissect and talk about, and I also just wanted to keep playing it, but I feel like I'm finally ready to get into it with my support group. That's you. This is all of you. Where do I even begin though? Elden Ring isn't perfect, but that's also what makes it so compelling. It's not properly balanced. I mean, none of these games are. They never have been. FromSoft has pretty clear...
Yes, they have never been balanced. Please, thank you so much. These games have always been clown shows. There have always been OP items. Like, it's like people say Sekiro. Oh, right. You ever use the Mortal Blade? Oh, yeah. It's real fucking challenging.
Your favorites when it comes to certain weapons and buffs and spells. You can absolutely break these games in half if you really want to. But the sheer depth of content that Elden Ring slowly unveils to you during your 200 or so hours of playing it, the childhood fantasy of exploring a fantastical, magical world filled with swords and beasts and, you guessed it, rats, is fully manifested in a way that knows no contemporary. There is no other Elden Ring than Elden Ring. This isn't just...
No, that's actually true. Yeah, very good point.
The Dark Souls of Dark Souls. This is the Dark Souls of Breath of the Wild. This is the Dark Souls of Red Dead Redemption 2. If you took a time machine back to 2003 and showed my wooden sword in the backyard swinging ass that this is what was coming in the future, I would have shot you in the head and called the cops. Elden Ring is truly the adventure.
Yo, y'all remember that one clip when McConnell got knocked off the fucking bridge? Holy shit, that was a good one.
Truly the adventure of a lifetime. But because I've already spent so much time talking about the core design pillars that all of these games share, I want to instead focus on certain pillars that Elden Ring innovates on or potentially fails to innovate on. Exploration and scale, dungeons and dragons, starring Chris Pine, and difficulty and accessibility. Where Dark Souls 1's world is like a short stack of pancakes, all connected, Elden Ring's world is like a giant stack of pancakes, and you took all those pancakes and you spread them out across a giant table. And most of the pancakes are touching each other, and some of the pancakes have other pancakes hiding underneath them, and other pancakes might transport you to far pancakes in f***ed up ways, and some of the pancakes are on fire and make you feel fear. I don't want to be in this Denny's anymore. Let me out! Miyazaki has stated that Elden Ring is the closest thing to his ideal game that he would personally like to play. And
that's why they stopped. That's why I don't know, like, I don't know if they're going to make an Elden Ring 2. You know what I mean? I feel like, and I bet the guys at From Software probably know this. They're like, man, this one was really good. Yeah, I don't know if we can do this again.
Open world enriches this ideal experience that he's trying to achieve. A game where if you saw something over there, you could actually go over there. A game that isn't open world just to be in the same category as some bloated Ubisoft bullshit, but a game that's open world because it needs to be. In order to fully capture the fantasy of being an adventurer in a giant world, riding across a vast landscape on your trusty steed, you first need to have that vast landscape to really nail that feeling. Elden Ring was inspired by Breath of the Wild, and it very clearly shows, because like Breath of the Wild, Elden Ring knows and expects that your curiosity will naturally lead you to finding interesting things. There doesn't need to be an overwhelming list of things to check off or obvious map markers going over here.
Go over here, you have to go over to here and then click the special item. Okay, good job. That's number 1 of 443. If you do all of them, you get an achievement.
It's fucking over here! Because that would totally rob the player of a true sense of mystery and discovery when exploring this massive world. Elden Ring is very okay with hiding its hand. This is what the map looks like when you start the game, and this is what it looks like when you finish the game. And these are the pancakes that are cooking underneath you the entire time. Having a chest throw a smoke grenade at you in the starting area and being transported and waking up in one of the most giant late game areas and checking the map and seeing it zoom out like that was an experience I will never forget.
Yeah,
And
it's fucking badass.
lore behind the lands between is so rich in detail and intrigue. Miyazaki's style of storytelling through gameplay, combined with the Bible of world history that George R.R. Martin developed for this game, will leave an MF feeling like goddamn Amy Adams, as in downright enchanted. I know I haven't mentioned Sekiro once in this video because it's
I do feel like, as I said, I think that Elden Ring, there are some people that, you know, they think that it makes their personality more interesting to talk about why Elden Ring isn't a perfect and amazing. I'm not one of those people. I think it's perfect and amazing. Oh, not perfect, but it's good enough that it's pretty much perfect. Yeah, that's it. I do think, however, if you want to talk about a perfect game, Sekiro is a perfect game. There's nothing about Sekiro that's wrong. It is a game that is like, you know, Elden Ring's this big, Sekiro is this big, but this is really good.
Technically not a Souls game, but it was a crucial stepping stone towards Elden Ring's development. The addition of a dedicated jump button may sound like a simple thing, but it completely changes combat and the way you navigate this world. Exploring the lands between over like 200 hours rivaled the experience I had exploring the first half of Dark Souls 1. They both hit really hard, but
I think that if I had, like, the thing is for me, like, obviously Dark Souls 1 exploration was a lot different. But I think that if I had started playing Elden Ring first and then I had done Dark Souls, I would have felt the opposite, where like Elden Ring had that same level of like massive large-scale exploration that it's like you just accidentally find a massive area.
For different reasons. The first half of Dark Souls 1 hits hard because of a lack of a fast travel safety net, meaning you become very intimate with your surroundings and the world design nearly suffocates you with its complexity. It suffocates in a good way. Elden Ring hits hard not only because it marks the return of multiple areas connecting to each other with a very non-linear path of progression, but because of just the sheer scale of the world. But because the sheer scale and intrigue of always wanting to see what's around the next corner is such a big part of this experience, much like Breath of the Wild, the game won't ever hit quite as hard on subsequent playthroughs because that main draw of
Yeah, I mean, you already explored everything. That's fine, though. And it's like, I remember, I do remember whenever McConnell and I did the playthrough, the co-op playthrough, and we were doing the playthrough, and he was showing me all the other areas in Stormvale Castle that I missed. Dude, I will never fucking forget that. That was such a badass fucking stream. Because it was like one of those things where like, I thought I knew everything about the game. And then he showed me like, oh wow, there's like this whole area with like a Crucible Knight, another one of, I think the Scions there. There's like Godric at the bottom, or not Godwyn at the bottom. And like oh my fucking God, it was so good.
Discovery is no longer there. This doesn't mean you shouldn't play multiple playthroughs of this game because, oh my god, weapons and spells and armor sets and Ashes of War and summoning salt videos, quest lines that you can super easily miss, and you will because they're super convoluted and hard to follow. You should definitely play the game a second time. But I will say that on my second playthrough, I definitely wasn't as eager to revisit all of the content once I knew what was exactly around every corner.
Yeah, I think Elden Ring does an amazing job at a first playthrough, but I don't think that it has the same replay value as Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3.
Ring has a massive amount of unique and amazing content to experience. But there's also some super not amazing content in there too. In Joseph Anderson's review...
Bro, I completely agree. I completely fucking agree. There's some real bullshit in this game, and some of it is just wrong.
There's also some super not amazing content in there too. In Joseph Anderson's review, which is great by the way, he talks about how amazing his first fight with a dragon was. And I completely agree, that first encounter with a dragon in that big ass wet field or whatever, and he's like, breaking all of the physics objects. It's amazing. It's such an awesome gameplay moment that is just naturally experienced in your exploring the world.
Yeah,
But
this was insane. And like the fact that you did this in like a couple of hours starting the game was even more insane. Watching this makes me want to go back and play the Convergence mod. I downloaded it and everything, I just haven't played it yet.
I also agree with Joseph's point that because the game ends up having like a billion other dragons that you find, there's seriously so many dragons, and they all mostly have the same moveset. It kind of takes away.
I think there's like 2 different dragon types. There's like the dragons with 2 wings and the dragons with like 4 or 6 wings.
Bit of the oomph of that first experience. It doesn't mean that first experience is invalidated or made bad, but more so it's like if you ate pizza for dinner every night and eventually you were like, all right, I don't really want to eat dragon pizza anymore. Can we have like rat pizza, Mom? The same goes for a lot of Elden Ring's catacomb.
We used to have pepperoni pizza every fucking day at school. Every fucking day at school.
Dungeons. Similar to the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne or the shrines in Breath of the Wild, the quality of experience you might have in one of these copy-paste interiors is a bit of a dice roll. In all of the Souls games, you never know exactly what items you're going to find as rewards while exploring, but the areas and bosses are usually so interesting to look at and explore that the real reward is really just getting to experience that area and fight that cool boss. So even if the
Joe, I remember whenever I fought that boss on the stream and I had a broken weapon and I killed him in 1 try.
Reward is something you're never gonna use, like another fucking spell. You don't really regret doing it because it was a really cool experience. The same does not apply to Elden Ring. All of these catacombs are not created equally. Some will have a cool and unique boss and a really useful piece of loot, and others will have a boss you've already seen a bunch of times and an item that you will forget about the second you leave the catacomb. Funny enough, this is actually a problem that's remedied by a second playthrough, because if you have a wiki open, you can just avoid doing all the dungeons that aren't worth it. But on a first playthrough, the one that's the best and the most memorable, you don't know what all of these have. So if you're like me, you're probably—
You have to do all of them. Yeah, you have to do every single one. If it's there, you have to do it.
Going to do all of them and get pretty burnt out on fighting the same little statue fuckers and these pieces of shit. For the most part, the enemy and boss variety on display in Elden Ring will blow your back out most of the time. But seeing unique experiences that you've cherished, like the reveal and spectacle of fighting Astel, natural born of the void, get copy-pasted into a separate dungeon, or fighting a godskin fucker, or both of them for like the 5th time.
I think at least this one makes sense, but there is some element, he's right, that there is an element of Dark Souls 2 boss design, where it's the boss again. There it is.
It's a bit disappointing.
Yep.
The nice thing about Elden Ring, though, is that you technically don't have to do most of this.
Right.
If a boss is too hard or if an area is too annoying for you, you have so many other options of things to do and bosses to fight and places to see. But this also potentially leads to some issues with the game's design. Previous Souls games that had a more linear progression path could quickly halt your progress with a super tough boss.
Yeah.
And you would have to either grind enemy mobs for souls to level up or just slam your head against a wall until you hopefully eventually break through. Elden Ring, being mostly non-linear, actually remedies that problem and finally adds a sort of difficulty slider to the Souls games. If a boss is—
I feel like in terms of difficulty sliders, Bloodborne and Sekiro were kind of the hardest, I would say. And then after that, I'm not really sure what else I would go with. Because like it was harder to over-level in those games than any of the other ones.
giving you a swirly, just go do something else. Maybe find a better weapon, learn some new skills, or spend time practicing your parries against weaker bosses. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff you could do. Then once you're better prepared, head on back to that boss that was fucking you up and say, "It's opposite day, you slug." Huzzah! That's pretty amazing, right? This makes the game so much more accessible and less intimidating to a new player that's...
Yeah, I think that's one of the big achievements. Like, Elden Ring does have a difficulty toggle. Like, the game is not very hard, and I actually think that Elden Ring can be simultaneously the hardest and the easiest game that they've made.
never been beaten to death by a rat before. But this system of sort of choosing your own difficulty could also potentially rob you of a compelling experience. This game is so goddamn big that there's bound to be stuff in the early areas that you won't find until way later in the game. And when you do find it, maybe it's a super awesome, unique boss battle with like a really cool reward that you beat in like 2 hits. In some cases, this feels amazing. It fully feeds into the power fantasy of wanting to make the biggest fucker alive, and can be super satisfying to just totally fart on a boss that once had you breaking 2x4s from Menards over your leg. But sometimes it can feel underwhelming and disappointing. I think the fact that the game doesn't have level scaling for enemies is much better than an alternative where it did. Because levels...
Yeah, I think that, the game does not need level scaling. This is not a live service, like, simultaneous online game. Yeah, it does not need that.
Scaling can often make a game world feel pretty artificial and your progression feel pretty meaningless. But I do think there's a world where you could have a bit of both. I think if you visit areas in the game that you're very obviously over-leveled for, the game could maybe flash a little prompt that says, hey, do you want to make this fight scale to your level to maybe make it a bit more satisfying, and maybe we give you extra runes as a reward for upping the difficulty? I would love that. Mark Brown of Game Maker's Tool.
Like, theoretically, right, how would this work in reality? Is it like there'd be a fog wall, and then next to the fog wall there would be like a device that maybe you could interact with, and then the interaction could change the difficulty of the boss fight? I don't know. I can see what he's saying, but I don't know if the game needs something like that. Bonfire aesthetics? Yeah.
It makes a great point in his video about how Hollow Knight actually changes the layout of early areas and ups the difficulty of enemies to keep things more challenging and interesting later in the game. And I think that's a great example of something that Elden Ring could have potentially done as well. Speaking of rune rewards for defeating enemies, holy shit, they are all over the place in this game and make like zero fucking sense. Donkey talks about this in his Elden Ring video, and I wholeheartedly agree. Like, the difficulty of an enemy does not correlate to how much money you get for defeating them. It's honestly ridiculous in a lot of cases. Also, let's talk about respeccing stat points. Once you defeat Renala at the Wizard Academy, Raya Lucaria, you unlock a way to use specific larval tier items to reallocate all of the stat points that you've spent money on. And this is amazing. This means that if you find a weapon or spell that you really fuck with but don't have the stats for,
I'm gonna give an unpopular opinion. I wish that you didn't have to upgrade weapons. That's right. Here's why. I don't want to use the same weapon through the entire playthrough. But when my weapon is the best weapon, because it's the strongest, it makes me not want to try new weapons that I get, because I know that it will be a de facto downgrade because it's not upgraded. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine with it being a mod. Many mods have this feature. I'm not saying it has to be implemented into the base game, but this is what I like.
Retool your character to be able to use them and switch up your playstyle and experience one of the many amazing builds that you can do in this game. So why the fuck can't you do the same thing with weapons? Elden Ring offers no way of transferring or respeccing weapons.
Oh, so now he's gonna complain about the same thing I have. Yes, see, exactly. So true. So true. It's only wrong because of limited resource? Yeah, but like I think your limited resource argument goes out the window whenever you have ball bearing books, right?
And upgrades from one weapon to another, and it makes zero fucking sense to me. You find so many fucking cool weapons in this game, and it is a total pain in the ass to make switching to them actually viable. Yes, you can find the smithing bells that let you buy an unlimited amount of upgrade resources from the merchant, but A, what if you don't find some of those bells on your first playthrough where you're not looking stuff up? And B, I don't understand what the harm would be in letting you get back some of your upgrade resources from a weapon if it meant that that weapon went back to its base level. Right? You would be so much...
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think that, like, look, I get why they don't have you do it. I understand it, but I also really appreciate the mods. And it's not, the thing is, people say it's too casual. Brother. Brother. It's the opposite. It's that I want to challenge myself with different types of techniques rather than using the exact same one for the entire game.
More excited to find shit, even if it's something out of your typical wheelhouse. The Resident Evil 4 remake, which is fantastic, by the way, I talk about it on my second channel, Jaquan the Jeek. Like, subscribe, rate, comment, 5 stars. Lets you sell weapons you've upgraded back to the merchant, and you get most of the money that you've put into upgrading that weapon, which is amazing. So why can't Elden Ring have the same thing? Another thing that can feel so...
I think the reason why they do it is because they want people to go through subsequent playthroughs with different weapons, and they want to have a sense of, you know, investment into a certain type of character, and it's a single-player game, so I can understand that. Like, again, like, the reason I want this, and like, as I said, I'm totally fine with this just being a mod, but I wish that it was like that because it would give me more ways to play the game. That's all.
Backwards and outdated are the NPC side quests and how you progress them. These games have always had super convoluted NPC side quests, and I know it's partly because Miyazaki knows that with the internet, everyone's gonna get together and figure it out so you can afford to make it complicated and whatever. I get that. But I still think that some of these more basic ones should be doable by just using your common sense. It's one thing to have NPCs not progress their dialogue or do something until you go rest or leave the area when it's a smaller, more linear game, but it's an entire
video. Consider subscribing and let me know in the comments if you'd like me to do more of these types of videos in the future.
All right, let's see it.
And now we get back to the heart of the matter, or actually kind of the lack thereof. What if I told you that the decisions these major publishers are making could technically be traced back through companies, buyouts, organizations, mergers, acquisitions, through teams and decisions, all back to one person. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying...
I don't know. I don't know. One guy caused this to happen? I don't think so, man.
This is not an attack on this person's character, jobs, decisions, anything like that. This is just my hypothesis as to the state of the gaming industry, and by no means am I advocating on contacting this person, attacking this person's character, or doing anything that would or could get you in trouble. I cannot believe I have to say this, but developers receiving death threats is asinine and childish. So whatever you do...
Yeah, if you go and attack, like, this is the same thing with anything else, right? It's like, there's always people that are, like, ready to go to war for, like, you know, my favorite content creator doesn't like you, so I'm going to send you mean messages. It's the most cringe shit, man.
Don't do it. Now, let's move on. Well, by taking a step back. All the way back to the year 2001.
Okay.
This is the crucible moment.
Jack and Dax.
This is the year that everything changed.
My little turn on the TV, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the fucking Pentagon!
Jesus, no. Okay, yeah, it's 2001, but no,
oh,
no,
yeah,
we're not
I remember
talking about
that.
Jesus.
Yeah, that was a bad day.
About this. An article published on April 27th, 2001, entitled Behavioral Game Design. It's a 17-minute read, but the crux of it is this. It utilizes the language of behavioral psychology to explain why players react to video games in a certain way and what about the games makes them rewarding. To quote the article, quote, psychology can offer a framework and vocabulary.
I already kind of disagree with this. I'll explain why, but I want to, like, let him make his point.
For understanding what we are already telling our players. Referencing experiments by B.F. Skinner with rats and defining terms like reinforcer, contingency, and response. This article would stand as a watershed moment for then behavioral psychology graduate student John Hopson. It would be this article that would get Hopson seen by Microsoft's Games User Research Group.
Is this the guy?
After, the land him a job working behind the scenes on games like Halo. Here's an excerpt from Hobson's book, The Secret Science of Games. My job is to make games more fun. Not all games have to be fun, of course, but the ones I've worked on are popular entertainment. Blockbuster titles like Halo, Age of Empires, Destiny, World of Warcraft, and Hearthstone, my personal contribution has been to help the development team understand when players are having
Okay, I'll pause right here, and I want to go ahead and share some thoughts on like what he said so far, especially like the premise is that this article or like this research paper was like the turning point for video games. I think that there's a very evident and very obvious example of that not being true, which is Mortal Kombat 2. Mortal Kombat 2, we watched a video on this, had the entire game programmed in the back end to drip feed you success and then give you a variable reinforcement schedule of allowing you to fight an easier version of the AI after you put more coins in. So I don't think that this is necessarily true as like a turning point, because I think that arcade games actually utilize more of this psychology than games in the 90s did. So I don't think that's true. And I also think that like in terms of making games more fun, like yes, of course there's going to be variable reinforcement systems, right? Skinner box systems. But Skinner box systems and only 6 minutes? Not true? Well, no, this person codified it and defined it. I would say, yeah, sure. But watch the damn video. Keep watching? Well, wait a minute. What do I have? Well, like, I'm going to keep watching, yeah. But, like, I thought that he said that this was the turning point, right? The guy said that this was the turning point and this is why it's happened. Like, he did say that in the beginning of the video, did he not? He said that. Okay, so he said that. And then whenever you provide, I was going to use Mortal Kombat 2, number 1. Number 2 is going to be Dungeons & Dragons. The reason why Dungeons & Dragons was very popular was their utilization of the rolling dice and the random occurrences and the critical hits, critical misses, etc. system, which is fundamentally random design. So Dungeons & Dragons was actually what implemented RNG. It had nothing to do with 2001 at all. Like at that point, it had been in gaming for 30 years. So I'm just saying that like both of these things indicate that this type of design predated 2001 in a tremendous way by over 10 years. That's all I'm saying. Dungeons & Dragons isn't cards, and a lot of video games, especially early like games, like fantasy games, were basically built off of Dungeons & Dragons. So right here, if you look at this, they're just giving examples of randomness in video games and how it's designed, and they're using examples like Doom, which is before 2001, Pitfall before 2001. What's this one here? I've never played this one before. I'm not sure. So there are a number of other games that have utilized technology like this before.
Fun. Fun is one of those dense little words like love that provoke a lot of debate about their precise definition.
Okay.
Everyone's got an opinion, and people talking about fun get into arguments usually.
Sorry, I apologize again. But the issue is not only with RNG, he's talking about fun. Well, whenever you use an article that's predicated on using psychology in video games, and then you say this is the genesis of a divergence between video game design, and then you provide examples of that divergence that predate the article, that means that the article didn't cause the divergence. That's just like, it's simple logic. That's all I'm saying. Like, how are people not understanding this?
Impressive concepts like immersion, flow, and autonomy. Smart people have written scholarly books on fun, subdivided it into categories, and tried to copyright their personal formulations. Those debates can be interesting to read, but I've worked on a lot of great games, and my definition of fun is extremely simple. Fun is whatever the designer and player agree is fun.
I actually think that's a great point, and I think he's totally right. Like, that's actually a really good insight. That's smart.
Anywa says, question, why did you guys increase the cast time and stuff, like leaving dungeons? It feels like you're trying to slow down the game by making us waste time for something that might feel useless.
In Hobson's eyes, games aren't just a solitary creation of a lone designer. They're a conversation, between the designer and the player.
Yeah.
A game becomes fun when a designer creates an experience that aligns with the player's expectations and enjoyment. This perspective formed the foundation of Hobson's work at Microsoft's Games User Research Group. His role was...
And again, keep in mind that a lot of these things were the case even back in the day. Of course, places like Nintendo and Atari took feedback from games, right? Even back then. But yeah, of course, it's much different now because it's iterative. And it's like hotfix, live service, real-time iterative.
Analyze player behavior and feedback, and then communicate these insights to the game developers. His goal was not to dictate the direction of the game's design, but to provide data that would help designers make, quote, more informed decisions. Now, why am I so focused on a guy that worked for Microsoft and Bungie in a video about Diablo 4? 2010, Hobson would become head of research at Bungie, becoming a pivotal figure in the development of Destiny. Do you know what else happened in 2010? That's right. Bungie strikes a 10-year deal. With who, you might ask? Oh, Activision Blizzard.
Wait, really?
Hobson is on the ground floor as Destiny takes off.
Yeah.
His tenure at Bungie lasts from 2010 until 2016.
I forgot about that whole...
The first Destiny launches in September of 2014, and from that point forward, there are some players that have not put the game down since. Why? Hobson actually goes into detail about that in this Game Developers Conference presentation from 2015.
Okay, why is that?
Simply titled User Research in Destiny, this hour-long presentation summarizes not only the entire philosophy and psychology of the game of Destiny, you can extrapolate what Hobson is saying across the entire gaming industry when it comes to games like live service games.
Okay.
I'm going to play you some select segments from this presentation, but I will link the full video in the description so you can see for yourself.
So is his argument, I'm not sure, I think his argument might actually be that this guy didn't actually, like, it wasn't the article about how the psychology affected games, it was more the article and how it, like, I guess how it gave people the tools to create research data and then use the research data to create fun. Which I think that's, maybe that's true. I'd have to think about that.
Just how much of an impact this presentation from 2015 has on the gaming industry as we know it today.
We started thinking that actually we really want to encourage people to play not just the right activity for their mood, but also to play a variety of activities and to not specialize too much. And this was connected in our heads to the idea of the buffet effect from psychology. The idea that if you have one flavor of food, like a giant bowl of like white rice, you'll feel full and you'll get sick of it sooner than if you have 5 flavors or 10 flavors out in front of you. And so that's why when you go to a buffet, you always end up eating too much. And other games have done this sort of thing before. They've deliberately set out to encourage omnivores. So if you play Hearthstone, which I do too much,
this is also a big reason. It said this guy worked on WoW. This is, I think, one of the biggest reasons why WoW is successful, and it's another reason why Path of Exile retains players better than Diablo. Because in Path of Exile, I'll use that as an example, and then I'll talk about WoW, is that in Path of Exile, there are a lot of different ways to play PoE. Like, for example, you're able to delve, you're able to do maps, you're able to do delirium maps, which are very different. You're able to do bossing, you're able to do like lab runs, you're able to do all kinds of other different types of like niche activities in the game that are fundamentally different gameplay and have a different meta than just playing maps constantly, heists, weird builds, and stuff like that, right? So all of those things together provide the player, whenever the player is tired of playing one type of gameplay, they don't have to change game, they just have to change gameplay. And I think with World of Warcraft, that's even more the case. And it's also the reason why Final Fantasy is very successful too. And I think it's also the reason why Lost Ark is less successful. Because most content and most gameplay in Lost Ark is built around doing big numbers and doing big damage. And there's not a lot of secondary activities in the game that are really transformative based off of what the game fundamentally is. But if you compare that to Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft, you have freeholds. You have, is it called freehold? Like whatever the Final Fantasy housing system is. You have the Final Fantasy housing. You have garrisons. You have pet battles. You have PvP. You have PvE. You have raids. You have soloing. You have farming reputations. You have, let's see, doing time walking. You have doing Mythic Plus. You have doing Battlegrounds. And so there are so many other types of ways to play these types of games that whenever somebody gets tired of playing one game, they don't have to change games. They just have to change the menu. And that's why a lot of people stick around in World of Warcraft and these MMOs. And that's why they create professions is another huge factor. That's why they create a lot of these other types of activities, is because of the player base. I think this guy, if this is what he's saying here, I think it is. He is 110% right.
They have their daily quest where they tell you, where they say, okay, we're going to give you extra gold if you play this class you don't normally play. And so maybe you never play a priest deck, but you have a daily quest for it. Okay, yeah, I'll go look it up. I'll go look up the priest deck and give it a shot. And that way, if your other deck that you don't, it stops working, well, you had that priest deck you'd played yesterday. Yeah, maybe I'll play that instead. It's like, if you only play cooperatively with your friend online and your friend stops playing, you probably stop playing too. Even if you're playing a warlock in Destiny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing with WoW.
We'll drop gear for other classes to just give you a little nudge towards trying another character. So it's like, oh, I don't normally play a Titan, but hey, I got this really cool helmet. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Please make no mistake, this kind of testing that I'm showing here was the majority of what we did on Destiny. Was very straightforward user research where it's, can people progress through the game overall, and what does their progression curve look like, and how does each work should be working. Another topic we did research on was class regret. So, like all RPGs, we ask players up front to choose what class they want to play.
Sure.
And it's really stupid because we ask people to make that class choice at that moment, when they know the least about the game. Yeah. And we ask them to make a choice that's then going to affect the rest of their play for the entire experience. And we're setting them up for failure by asking them to do it that early, but that's when you have to make a choice.
You're setting them up to buy a boost. You're not setting them up to failure.
Great things about the modern age is that everything is on YouTube and Twitch, so if you can find some strange playstyle in the data, somebody out there has put it online for you to watch. And you can tell he is reading the tooltip, that just saying pressing button X dismantles the gear clearly isn't enough to prevent him from doing it. And so we actually ended up adding a safety mechanism that you don't just have to tap a button to dismantle your gear, Dustin. You have to press and hold the button. And the more valuable the piece of gear, the longer you have to hold it.
See, that's smart, because the reason why it's smart is because, I guess you probably should be able to see the guy. The reason why it's smart is because the players aren't. Players are stupid. And if you give them a button to delete the important item, they're going to delete the important item. It's what happens. Like, I've heard game developers, I've talked to them, and they've said that their players are so stupid. Like, they can't even believe it. It's astonishing to watch the kind of dumb shit people will do. But there it is.
So if you have an exotic and you want to dismantle it, it actually takes a long time to fully destroy it. And so just a personal anecdote on this, like the first time I got in a legendary in an internal build, I did this. I accidentally dismantled it.
Oops.
Because we didn't have any safeguards.
Oops.
And I was so angry. I was ready to go over and punch somebody on the UI team.
Smart.
And at the same time, though, it struck me that this meant the game was working. That little pixel gun that I'd just gotten, I was so happy to have it. I was so invested in that virtual gun that I was so angry that I wanted to go over and hit somebody.
True.
And so I had this great moment of, oh, we're screwing up, but oh, that worked.
This presentation was delivered in early 2015. What else was delivered in 2015?
Welcome to the World of Warcraft feature preview for the new WoW token system coming in patch 6.2.
Oh, look at that. It's the WoW token.
That's true. Yeah, it's halfway through. Yeah, I was just thinking, yeah, that's halfway through Lords of Draenor. Yeah, this was towards the end of Lords of Draenor. Okay.
And what else was released in 2015?
Hello again, Guardian.
Oh, look at that. It's the Eververse store in Destiny. Bungie, Blizzard, these companies were able to take what they learned about the psychology behind what drives a player to play these games and to monetize it. But what happens?
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that connection. I mean, do you really need to have, like, I mean, I think that the difference was that players had changed the way that they had viewed games, because in 2015 we had about 10 years of not 10 years, 5 years of mobile game monetization, and at that point people were much more friendly towards monetization of video games versus in 2005 or whatever, whenever they had the Oblivion Horse. Basically, players and people's experiences with like microtransactions, I think that they've become more and more accepting of it over time. So Blizzard at a certain point thought, this is time. I think enough people are going to be okay with this, and we're going to let people buy gold. And I think that's really the reason why we added the WoW token. Now, I think that's the reason why a lot of these games are. It's the same reason that, like, now a lot of games are implementing gotcha mechanics, because there have been breakout games in the Western audience that utilize gotcha mechanics and aren't universally hated. I think Genshin Impact was a tremendous big breakthrough for pay-to-win and gotcha games. And I think Honkai Star Rail is, you know, like just another kind of proof of that concept. So yeah, I think that it's more, and also, like, you have to remember, like, with monetization in games, you're burning the candle at both ends, because you have the older players who are either leaving gaming, or now they have enough money to pay to win, so they don't think that it's as problematic. And you also have younger gamers that are coming into the gaming audience who have been brought up on mobile games, brought up with pay to win, and brought up with microtransactions, and they've never known anything different. So whenever you take those two groups of people, the people in the middle who grew up in the golden age of like 90s and 2000s gaming, you know, like that group just gets smaller every year. And it's not just that like gaming is worse. Like I have friends of mine, like I have a friend named Hayden, and he's actually mainly Zach's friend, and Hayden doesn't really play as many video games as he used to nowadays. Why does he not do that? It's not because he hates video games. It's because he's a fucking manager at a department store. He's got a wife and 3 kids. He just doesn't have as much time to play video games at age 32 that he did whenever he was 21. That's life. And that's what I'm talking about, like burning the candle at both ends, is that you are going to have gaming and like gamers, because, you know, like back in like the 2000s, most people that played video games were like a much more strict demographic than there are now. Like the demographic of gaming has gotten larger as well. And also, I think that with the demographic of gaming growing larger, that's made people's acceptance of microtransactions more prevalent, because real life is pay to win. So it would make sense with people that have more experience with real life would be more okay with pay to win, because it's what they're used to.
When you apply this mindset not to a game that already exists, but a game that's just whispers and rumors.
Yeah.
Right around the time Destiny launches in 2014, Diablo 3 is undergoing a tumultuous dismount.
No,
the
this
teams
is like
working
the
on
original
Project
stuff. Yeah, it's
Hades,
2008
the next
footage.
iteration of Diablo, have the project scrapped. Team 3, the team behind Diablo 3, breaks up in 2014. Fast forward to 2016, teams at Blizzard begin working on not one, but 2 Diablo games, Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal. And who just so happens to take over as Senior User Research Manager for Blizzard at the end of 2016?
I'm back, baby.
The one and only. John Hobson takes over as Senior User Research Manager in December of 2016. His current resume reads, quote, I founded and managed the games user research team at Blizzard Entertainment, the studio behind Hearthstone, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, and Diablo. I oversaw research to benefit AAA mobile, console, and PC games in all stages of development, using a variety of qualitative and quantitative methods, including usability, playtest, focus groups, targeted surveys, and analytics. I coordinated relationships with over 40 distinct partner teams, many of which had never worked with a user research team before. building the relationships necessary to create a data-focused organization. I partnered directly with studio leadership to provide the data they need.
I really, I don't have a lot of, like, how many people express what their duties are on a resume differently than what they actually were? Yeah. And also, like, this guy only worked there. Like, is he still working there? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Where's the rest of this here? Fuck.
Hobson takes over as
activity
senior user research.
Whoa, hold up. What was this? Yeah, he works at NCSoft. I think, sure, maybe there's like some degree of like this guy having a negative impact on the way that the games are designed. But this dude left the company 5 years ago. Think about that. 5 years ago, he left the company, and we're gonna blame him? I don't think so.
I coordinated relationships.
Did the damage and left? I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, what's the logic in that? So this guy comes into, like, so he planned it. So what's the logic that this guy came in, because, let's see, senior user research manager, like, obviously, like, Warlords of Draenor had a lot of garbage in it as well. Legion was being developed since before, Legion was developed. Didn't Legion get released in September of 2016? And Legion had more RNG than any expansion ever. So he clearly didn't have anything to do with that because he didn't work at the company. And then if the logic is that, oh, well, he had this lasting impact and this legacy on the company, well then how can you use that as an argument whenever at the same time you're implying that the person before him didn't do that and the person after him also didn't do that? This is like such a massive assumption to make. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is huge, especially whenever problems with the company predate his employment. I just don't think. Founded it? Yeah, but they clearly, like, I founded Managed Games User Research Team. I'm sure that they had something similar to this before them. It's not like they didn't have any user research. Blizzard didn't have any user research before 2016. Of course they did.
With over 40 distinct partner teams, many of which had never worked with a user research team before, building the relationships necessary to create a data-focused organization. I partnered directly with studio leadership to provide the data they needed to make decisions faster with higher confidence. Hobson's tenure would last from December of 2016 to September of 2018. Do you remember what games were released during this period? Or were even in development? Look, at the end of the day, all this boils down to is data. Do I believe that John Hobson...
What games were released in this period? BFA. I think BFA was released in that period, and before he was hired, Legion was released. Overwatch? Yeah, it must have just been Overwatch, right?
Hobson is solely responsible for the state that Diablo 4 is in. You'll have to excuse the pun, but hell no. But what I do think is that video game companies have taken Hobson's methodology and twisted it to meet their needs and bottom lines. After all, Hobson would leave his role at Blizzard in September of 2018, 2 months before this.
Hey, just was wondering, is this an out of sync? April Fool's joke.
No.
I will never forget him making the tweet. Played Diablo Immortal. It was exactly what I thought it was.
It's a fully fledged Diablo experience on mobile, which everybody will get to play, and hopefully which will bring new heroes to Sanctuary, as well as welcoming our community back into it. And something we're very excited about.
video can be summed up.
I think that if you really ask the people that work at the Diablo team, I think that the reason why they didn't announce Diablo 4 at that time is because it just wasn't ready. That's really the reason. The game wasn't ready and they didn't have it out. Like I personally, this is my opinion, okay? Is it still not ready? Well, look, they're gonna fix it whenever the first expansion comes out, right? They're gonna fix it. It's gonna be fine. And anyway, so the first expansion is the first expansion is gonna fix the game. Yeah, over a year? No, 2 years. And I feel like when did EverQuest, not EverQuest, Elder Scrolls 5 get announced? What year did that happen? It was like 2009, 2016. Wait, there's no way. Like, well, I mean, like, I love, no, not Skyrim, the one after that. The new one that they haven't released. Sorry, the one after. When did they announce that the game was coming out? 2017. I think, this is my opinion, I think that Blizzard probably able to do exactly what that does. I think that they were going to announce Diablo 4 and Diablo Immortal at the same time, and the Diablo 4 announcement got pushed, and they got sat out there, and they looked like idiots. Because they saw how well the mobile game reception for the Elder Scrolls was, because it was kind of masked by the fact that they were adding in the new big game. Like, you think about it, right? Like, all of these companies, and also, like, does it really take this guy that worked at Bungie, does it really take this person's insight to come up with the idea of making a mobile game? I don't really think so. I mean, did he work at Bethesda whenever they did the same thing? Did he work at all these other companies whenever they did all the same things? Come on. Like, I think that this is just the way that the market was heading. And you can look at just consumer trends and everything. This person is just simply riding the wave
in this. It seems like what's happened is that data now means more than the player that represents. You are seen as an individual.
more than the players represented. Oh, true. True. Like, I completely agree with that. Yes, absolutely. He's completely right.
Holding a controller, or sitting in Discord waiting for your friends to hop in a voice channel so you can run dungeons.
Most of the stuff over here. Smile for a snapshot there. Oh my god. That was great.
What is it? Did I just plug into this? Yeah, you just plug in. It's like back
Yeah,
in the
just keep
future.
on going up. Just keep on going up.
Was this
No.
Halo 2 LAN party?
You are the equivalent to the ones and zeros that make up the games that are being sold to you. You
Those are good days.
are just data. I got the idea for this video because while researching Mr. Hobson, I came across this article. Here's an excerpt from this game industry article.
Applying fun scores to games, here's why the practice needs to change, okay.
Entitled, Why I Hate Fun. Quote, people keep playing or quit based on their current experience right now. We have to earn every second of ongoing player time, moment by moment.
Yeah.
A game can be good overall while still having giant potholes in the player journey. It gets better later is cold comfort to a player who is not having fun now. It's this genuine attitude that I believe is being warped by much of the game industry. Time is the ultimate factor. Time is money. The more time you spend with a game, the more fun you must be having.
Well, I mean, like, look at Shadowlands. I think the best example of Blizzard utilizing this type of research is Shadowlands. Like, you just have to do a bunch of annoying farms and stuff like that. It is just nuts, man. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's definitely what it is that they look at the amount of time that players spend on something, and then they just apply that to how much people like it. Yeah, renown, I think, is probably another one. And that's the problem, is that, like, these, and also, oh, by the way, I don't think John has anything to do with that. Because keep in mind that Smilegate, Koreans, okay, Koreans are doing the exact same thing with Lost Ark. You even heard Gold River referencing multiple times in the emergency live stream for Lost Ark that like the amount of player data and how players were doing things. So they are also designing off of a spreadsheet. They are also designing off of analytics. And the issue is that it's not that the analytics aren't useful. It's that the analytics are not the whole picture. It's that you have to the problem is that the developers have the analytics, but they don't have the critical insight into the analytics to discern what those analytics mean. That's what the problem is. They're able to see players like this, but why do they like it? Or why are the numbers very high? That's what the issue is.
Right? I mean, that is what the data says. But when the guy whose work helped inspire the Xbox Live achievement system is immune to those very same achievements, you have to ask yourself one question. What am I letting video games do to my psychology?
True.
Thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, again, please, I ask you.
True, and this is the cuck gameplay, where people are constantly playing a video game, getting cucked over and over and over and over. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. And I don't know why people do it. People just constantly play video games that they fucking hate. Like, I cannot imagine a person's life. They wake up in the morning, they didn't get enough sleep, they drive a car they hate to a job they hate with people that they don't like, and a boss that they resent, and pay that sucks. They finally finish, and then they have lunch that they don't like. Then they go back to work and do the rest of their shitty job. They come home in traffic they hate. They finally get home. They get on the computer. They check Twitter and look at what all the things of people that they said. Let's see all the people that said something that I don't like. Let's see what they said today so I know what to get mad about. Okay, now let's turn on the news and find out what to get mad about. Okay, thank God. Now for some entertainment. Let's play a video game that makes me mad 90% of the time, and then I'm gonna play that video game really late at night until I have to go to bed, and then I'm going to lose sleep at my job tomorrow and do the exact thing over again. Like, what kind of a fucking life is this? I don't understand it. It's like people are like addicted to putting their dick on an anvil and hammering it. What are they doing? Like, what's wrong with you? I don't understand this. It's insane. Like, what's wrong with people? They're going insane. That's literally most people. Yes, and it doesn't have to be. It doesn't fucking have to be.
Like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments if you have a subject that you'd like me to do a video on, or if you'd like me to do more videos like this in the future. Again, my name is Labot. This has been a pleasure. I'll see you online. Bye, guys.
I think this is a pretty decent video. I do disagree that the itemization of time metrics is something that is an outcome of this person. I actually think that it's something of an outcome of the itemization of time. And the funny thing about this is that my dad did this professionally as a consultant, you know, for many years. After he retired, he used to be an executive of a publishing company. He basically retired, and then they fucking hired him as a consultant and paid him more money than he was getting at the company. I don't, it's like, what a fucking scam. Meanwhile, they're paying him also his pension or his like retirement plan. So he's getting paid tons of money to do this. And effectively what he did, and this is also what I was getting a degree in college for, is effectively systems analysis, process analysis. And process analysis is fundamentally just itemizing a process down to each individual time increment that it takes, and then min-maxing each of those increments into the most efficient way, and then turning that into a repeatable process that can be then spread outward for everybody else. So yeah, it's automation, but you still have to deal with people. And it's one of the reasons why, by the way, because I was always really into this myself, why I was very good at making gold guides back in the day, is because that's the way I would think about them. That's why my gold guides were so successful, is because I would itemize time going to vendor, time going to dungeon, time going from running back, etc., right? So all of these things I would do a lot. And anyway, the point is that this was something that he was having to deal with even whenever he was working at a company. This is like the 2000s and the 90s, is that they would hire people that were completely outside of the industry that would itemize time. And then the way that they itemized the time, they didn't know enough about the time that they were itemizing and the processes that they were putting into the, you know, like a different chart, that they would itemize things that wouldn't make sense and it would cause massive problems. And let me ask you a question as well. For all of you guys that have been working for, I'd say like over 10 years maybe, let's say you're working in general, how many of you have a quantitative scoring system at your job? A KPI, yeah. Key performance indicator, by the way. Yeah, metrics. Some do. I'm unemployed. I'm my own boss. Yeah, it's a little bit different. KPIs are old. Yeah. We do this in cattle industry. Yeah, exactly. And so I think that itemization of time and processes is something that is extremely common. And also itemization of time and processes is one of those things that whenever it's applied productively and successfully, you can look. Another example of that is Yoshi P actually did this with making Final Fantasy XIV, because if you watch the No Clip documentary, he talked about how he itemized down how people were doing things, and he figured out the scheduling for making the game come out and be processed and made at a reasonable time. And he talked about that actually for like 10 minutes. So I think that itemization of time and process analysis in that way, I think is a very good fundamentally thing. But again, as with all tools, they can also be used as weapons. So what ends up happening is that people who are trying to use this tool end up turning a job into a video game. And so people are no longer trying to perform well at their job, they're trying to hit their KPIs. And this is something that was leaked from, obviously, Blizzard GMs for servicing tickets. And also, like, let me ask you guys, again, for those of you all who have KPIs and different types of performance indicators, how many of you guys care more about hitting those indicators than doing your job well? No shit. Yeah, exactly. Of course. It's common sense because you want to keep your job. It was the same thing at the IRS. Everybody knows the government does a 1 through 5 system. Basically, 3 is good, 4 is incredible, 5 is just like you're a wizard, right? And guess what happens? A lot of the people, like, we didn't really have this problem in my department because, like, we didn't really have to do a lot of analytical decision making. But in my dad's department, they did. And there would be tons of people who would seemingly never find a fraudulent document. And the reason why is because the process of going through and marking a fraudulent document takes 6 minutes, and the process of doing a normal document takes 1. So if you're trying to hit your metrics, if you find a fraudulent document, it is actively in your worst interest to report it. That's what happens. And I think this is what happens with games as well. And there's all of these metrics, and it happens with everything. I don't think that it's fair to blame John for what he was doing and saying, especially whenever, in his own words, everything that he was saying in this post here was incredibly articulate and completely accurate in a way that I haven't heard a lot of developers talk about really ever. So I actually am not going to blame him for any of this kind of stuff. And also I think that the problems and the rot with Blizzard occurred before he was employed in September. I think that's what he said. No, it was December of 2016. At that point, Legion was already released. At that point, I think Overwatch had already been released. So a lot of the games that people were blaming him for, they had already been released. And the truth is, he worked there for less than 2 years. He worked there for 1 year and 10 months. I don't think that's enough time for a person like him to have completely just changed the entire culture of the company. I think that this is something that was happening not only industry-wide with video games, as I mentioned, like with Smilegate using analytics for Lost Ark just recently in an interview, or the emergency broadcast. I think it's something that's happening in corporate culture in general. So I think this is definitely a very, like, I like this video a lot because it's interesting, it's well researched, and it actually provides data and information to talk about. I like this a lot. This guy only has 1.5k subs. I'm gonna give him a sub. I'll link you guys the video if you like the video. Chose not to listen to video. He was saying they used his philosophy to warp shit. Later, he's not blaming him. So you're saying that they used his philosophy to warp things, but they're not blaming him? I feel like that's the same thing. You're attributing his actions. Oh, he's in chat. Yo, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for making this video. These are fucking great. Please make more. Yeah, that's it. I have a good example of KPIs and vanity metrics that I use at Blizzard and WoW for example. Real quick, it involves LFR. You don't even need it. Like, I will... Like... I will imagine that it's even dumber than what I can imagine. I summed up thesis of my video about. Oh, yeah, this is what he said. He's in chat. I'm gonna go ahead and read it real quick. Summed up thesis of my video better than I could. I thought behind this is basically this guy's work with analytics touched a lot of the live service industry. I think that you could be right that his analytical approach to it was the first time that it may have come into gaming. I don't know. Personally, I think that it was probably the first time that it came into PC gaming. Because I know that mobile games work like this and have always worked like this. And they've even used emotional psychology manipulation that many games nowadays still don't do that are PC-based games. Holding my breath some time. I know I've got room to improve. No, you did great, man. Like, it was really good. Thank you very much. I appreciate the video. These are amazing. Please keep making more of them. Yeah, I mean, especially from like a person with a broadcasting background. I think it's a different perspective and a different way of having the information presented. So yeah, thanks a lot, man. Timed out. We have a anti-paragraph rule because if we don't, it's all we're gonna get is paragraphs. That's it. Free-to-play games started out in the late 90s, targeting children. Yeah, sure. I think it's very common. Korean MMO's done it since 2002 with Ragnarok Online. Yeah, Dylan used to play Ragnarok Online a lot. He was super into it. So yeah, Korean games and microtransactions had pay to win since the late 90s. Yeah, I think MapleStory was a forerunner there. But yeah, overall, fuck. Like, the fidelity on graphics is actually extremely good. I'm actually kind of surprised at how good it is. So I think it's made in Unreal Engine 5. So it's very, very good. Art style is amazing. Yeah, everything is good. Now, obviously, some people can be critical about this game copying Elden Ring. God, I wish more games did. Please do that more. Please stop trying to come up with your own idea. They're not going to work. Just stop it. We have a genre. Just stick to that and don't change it. That's it. I wonder if you have jumping in this game. I don't know if I saw the player jump at all. So I'll be really kind of curious to play this game. It's like Bleak Faith Forsaken. It looks really low, looks really budget. You think this game looks budget? Oh, I don't think it looks budget at all. I think this game looks infinitely more high budget. Like, especially if you look at the other trailers and everything. And also keep in mind that in the first trailer for this game, they used the Mother by Danzig, which is like a very, very popular song. And having a sync license for that song is probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to put it on a trailer. So, like, a game like this has a massive marketing budget behind it. It has a massive amount of people that are playing, that are working on it. So, yeah, I just don't think that's true at all. Play the first game. This one's a reboot. Yeah, I heard the first one wasn't really that good. So they're trying to reboot it with this. What blows my mind is a reboot from their failure of the previous game with the same title. Yeah, hopefully they get it right this time. I love these types of games. I love playing them. I wish that more people copied Elden Ring and Dark Souls and made games like this. I fucking love them. There's the video right there. It's an IGN trailer, but I really hope that I'm able to play this game soon as well. That would be fucking amazing. I would be very happy. Permanent 2 showing us that devs that know what they're doing can put in Unreal 5 can put out an awesome product. Well, I don't think the I think style is more important than fidelity. And what I mean by that is that if you look at the graphics for Bloodborne, the actual graphics for Bloodborne are not very good. I would say that they're kind of bad, but it's the style that carries the game. And the style is what matters much more than the actual fidelity of how many pixels and how many polygons are on a piece of wood like this here. So yeah, it's the art direction. It's the style, exactly. It's almost a 10-year-old game. Oh yeah, but I mean, even for its time, it wasn't really super great. That's all I'm saying. Audio seems lacking. Yeah, I don't think they're probably going to fix that before release, but, you know, maybe one day they will. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I am very excited for this game. Very, very, very excited for it. What's this? Is this a bad guy? Oh yeah, it is. Oh, I see. You have to shoot the light. Whoa, wait, what? Okay. Jesus. Okay. Fuck. That wasn't too bad. All right, I understand it. Okay. We can do that. Destiny mechanic? That's a good mechanic. Alrighty. Fuck. Okay. I'm just trying to figure this out, man. It's like, I don't know if I'm supposed to jump down there or not. Maybe I'm supposed to come back. Oh. Okay. I guess I have to go this way. I feel like I've been using a lot of ammo. Okay, we gotta go down here. Oh my god! Jesus! Okay. We gotta keep these at a distance, man. This shit's scaring me. Just wait. Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm not gonna have to worry about anything. Yeah, I'm doing great. What do y'all mean? Okay. Go through here. Ooh. A perk. Oh, wow. Holy shit. So you can use the heals to give you more damage. That's actually really good. I'm gonna use this. Alrighty. Just look around here. Trying to be as careful as possible, gentlemen. This could be very dangerous at any moment. Yo, what the fuck? What's he shooting shit on me for? Oh my god. I'm getting farmed. Dude, that did so much damage. Is that normal? Oh my god. I'm getting just wrecked. What's this? Okay. I'm looking for this shit. Let's go up to the top first. What's this? Okay. What's this? Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
Ooh, relic. Bottom left. Huh. Alright. Just keep going for now. It's like a different kind of feel. Okay. Not this time. Huh. What's this? Nothing? Okay. Dude. I'm getting farmed, man. Yeah, dealing with these guys with the sniper is not good. Okay. Is this gonna open up to where I was just at? Yes, it is. Okay, good. That's a shortcut. stupid, huh? Oh shit. Okay.
Damn it.
Can't even. Oh, they're literally coming out of the walls. I don't have any heals left, keep in mind. Okay. I'm just gonna let the dog do it. Never mind. Oh, I think it was spawning them or something. Wait. I was just... Hold up. Fuck. Okay. Right. Got it. Yeah. Alright, let's look over here. Let's go this way. Nice. At least I get my health back. Let's go through here first. How's that not even an elite? That's it? Maybe I could jump down there, but I don't want to take the risk. Let's go this way first.
Damn it.
Ooh. Encrypted ring. Ah, 10%. I don't know if that's really worth it. I mean, I actually think it kind of is. Yeah, because like then you effectively get more healing. What's this? God. Got it. Okay. Y'all thought I was gonna die, huh? Fuck off. Not today. Okay. Let's look around. Let me go up here first. Okay, I was already here. What's this? Nothing. Oh. Easy enough. Alright, not too bad. I'm not sure which ring I'm going to use yet. I don't know yet. Maybe I go through here. I don't think I can crouch. Alt to crouch. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know you could crouch. Okay, so now we're in a new zone. Jesus, that's a big boy. Okay. I don't think I have a necklace. Okay, so what does it do? Okay, I'm not really doing status effects. Oh, yeah, burn. I have burn. Never mind. Wait, so how do I leave? Oh. difficulty is this? The hard one. I think I've already been here though. Yeah, good boy, good boy. There it is. Okay. That way I can regen faster. I'm running out of ammo now. We're gonna get through this. I don't know how, but we're gonna do it. Okay, I've been here before. Go back through the portal? Okay. Okay. Alright. Did it just... Did it just go off the edge? I think it did.
Here they come.
Alright. Very funny, guys. Very funny. Hilarious. Okay. Bro, these mobs are no joke. Holy shit. God damn. Okay, so I've already been here. It's not some kind of bullshit though, is it?
Okay, this is it.
No, that was on me. Yeah. I'm getting better. Actually, better way. I'm getting more good. What's this? Okay. Who gives a fuck about that? Jump in the rocks. Okay. There's no way, dude. How do you jump? place is like a labyrinth. What the fuck? I have no idea where to go. Am I supposed to jump? I don't know what to do. Okay, we'll keep going this way. Okay. Just trying to think about like where I need to go, what I need to do. I don't know. This shit's scaring me. No, no, no. Okay. I thought there was one that spawned here. I guess. Fuck. There it is. I did not. How? How? Got it. Okay, we got them all. I don't know how that got so hard, but it's okay. No, the dog's not dead. The dog's fine. I need more ammo. That's good.
ご機嫌うるわしゅう。
Need to interact with the yellow circle. Yeah, well, the yellow circle doesn't want to talk to me. Did I do this? I must have, right?
This bussin'. For real, on God. No cap on a sack.
Okay. Got it. Understood.
Get in the covers and make me a mother.
What? I don't understand. Okay, let's try it again. Oh, that's bad. Okay. Okay, made it, alright, good. I figured it out. We'll go there next. Just want to look around first. Oh god, okay, 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 I get it. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Alright, sure. Oh, I didn't know that what that was gonna be. I had no idea. Okay. That was close. Okay, what's this? That was it. Got it. Okay. Using up way too much ammo, man. Staying focused, it's gonna be fine. Okay. Got him. Fuck. Alright. Let's get all of our ammo back. Yeah, I didn't know that was gonna happen. Do it again, bitch. okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I just bug him out, it's okay. Well. Oh, I didn't know he could do that. Jesus. Fuck. Alright, I can beat this. Alright, let's do it. Wave 1 is down. Hear about it, the dog's fine, okay? The dog is totally fine. Here we go. Here we go. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Jesus fuck. Dude, I can't predict that one. I didn't! Holy shit! Nice! Got him! Holy fuck! Winners win! Let's fucking go! That shit was brutal. Master portal key.
Yeah,
okay, well we know what that's for. Probably a weapon upgrade. I don't know what the hell I was doing against that boss. I wish I knew. Let me actually do this. Let's go back over here. Dude, this gun is so good, by the way. I'm just totally popping it. Okay. Let's go open a few more of these. Round 2. Jesus, dude, I cannot aim today. Dude, I just can't fucking... I don't know what that is. Dude. Oh my god, bro. Why am I so bad? Why can't I not? Okay, we got it. Alright. See if I can use this here. Oh, does it not work? Okay. I guess I'll try it in the middle area. Good one? Yeah, I'll reset too. Here we go. What does this do? Okay. Let's go. I don't know what that purple thing is. I'm not sure how that works. Uh-huh. Okay. I'm just trying to get an idea of what I'm even supposed to do. Where the other ones go, though? Where the other ones go? Do I gotta kill every box? I mean, I gotta kill every box. I just kill them. I just don't know. Alright, well, let's go. Okay. It's fine. Got it. Alright, I'll figure it out. This is easy. These little perky boys are fucking annoying. Okay, let's go. I had to eat that. Yeah, I thought I was reloaded. Turns out I wasn't. Okay. That makes this harder. Wait, can I there's no way I can just shoot it out with the small ones, right? Okay. Agreed? Yeah, 100%. That was close. Yeah, I almost got hit there. Just a little bit, though. Okay, let's go. focus on just killing these first. And then I'll deal with the ones on the other side afterwards. On the top, I mean. Okay. Smaller gun. No, I should be fine. Wait. Wait, seriously? Oh. Wait, where? I thought so. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. God damn. Alright. That was almost bad. I almost died a number of times there. Holy shit. Okay. Traits. What do I have for traits? I think we'll just get more health.
Nah, I've got enough of that.
Okay. GG on the pistol? Yeah, that helped a lot. Oh my god, that was like, imagine doing that whole thing with the sniper. I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought I was doing enough damage to where like I could one-tap whatever the damage threshold was. Yeah, I think the boss fights are way better. Infinitely better.
I wonder what that is.
Wait! Stop! I know them! They're my friends! Please!
Does she know the giant eyeball?
What are you doing here?
You saved my ass. I'm here to save yours.
Wow. You didn't have to do that.
Well, you were pulled screaming into a giant crystal, so it kinda did.
Right. I guess I would have done the same. But how did you find me?
To be honest, I'm not sure. But I think it has something to do with this.
They risked their life to find me. You can trust them.
What are you?
Is this a multiverse?
Is it talking
This
about?
is the labyrinth. A place between worlds. The Keeper protects all of them from the root. We got them out of Earth, but the others.
There is little time. System failure is imminent. This segment. Where did you find it?
I killed something, and it kind of fell out.
Interesting. Now fail safe.
Is that bad? That sounds bad.
No. It's good.
The index can be repaired. 3 outcomes emerge. Once there was one.
We could do it. We could end the root.
More segments are required. The anomaly will
Am I the anomaly?
The tide must be standing. The utility must remain.
The utility? You mean Clementine?
Yes. Clementine. Corruption tears at the center. The blowways lead gateways to other realms. This key grants passage. Return that to me.
That's easy, I just do it. Okay. Biome portal key. Okay.
Anomaly. What does it require?
Can you shoot it? I don't think so.
Hey, Traveler. I hope it didn't cost you too much to find me. I'm so sorry. You shouldn't have had to come after me. I'd have told you if I could. So, how's the ward? Okay?
Okay.
You're probably right. Be safe out there, traveler. Take care of yourself. Okay? And hey, if you see the ward again, tell Bo... Tell everyone that I'm okay. They don't need to worry about me.
Okay, perfect. Alright, well, let's go back to here. Okay. I'm gonna call it a day. I have a really, really, really bad fucking headache. Like, I feel like fucking shit. I'm amazed that I even killed that boss. That's why I haven't really talked a lot or said anything. I'll get all the way down. Quick synopsis of the story? Yeah, sure. So, shit was fucked up. And Remnant 2, it's not as fucked up, but it's still weird. And because of that, we gotta tie up all the loose ends. Yeah. Okay, so it's this way, right? Y'all were saying? I'm gonna try to figure this shit out. Alright, let's go for it. Okay, this is it. Fucking bitch! No, I had to reload. Fuck. Got it. Fuck, I'm so mad at this game. Way too loud? Okay, I got it. I can't believe I got hit by that shit. Alright, here we go. Okay, so...
Oh my gosh, cover me.